So for your relationship, go ahead and give me 1d20. Dylan, let's see. We got an 11. Oh, okay. It's time for some dirt slinging time, Dylan, about Jeffrey.
Oh, shit.
So Jeffrey's this cool dude, right? He has his dojo. He coaches kids, and he definitely, he definitely has a lot of public eyes on him. And the one thing is, you've heard a very bad thing about Jeffrey, and you can't believe it's true. What is it? I saw the cringe on your face.
Yeah.
Very good.
You know, is this something I heard or something I witnessed?
Well, this is one thing that you've simply heard.
Okay.
And you can't believe it's true. So like, even though you might have like this disposition on Jeffrey, you're still like, you can't believe it's true, but you've heard it from a couple people.
Okay. I've heard that Jeffrey has a very strange obsession with Sasquatch. And the obsession goes so far as life-size stuffed animals in closets.
Sasquatch erotica.
And at nighttime, when the blinds go down at the dojo,
oh no,
the Sasquatches come out.
Where the wild things are.
Beyond that, I don't know what happens, but you know, the mind goes many places with that, right?
Many places.
There's been a couple times when I tried to catch the action. I've seen the blinds go down, and I've tried to like look in there, but I never want to get caught by the cops just hanging out at nighttime around his dojo.
So you're talking like the furries, some furry.
I mean, maybe.
Oh no.
No, it's too. We're in the 90s.
Sasquatch furry? Yeah.
That's too new.
You
That's too
don't
new.
think that was going on in the 90s?
Have you seen the John Oliver with the mouse hair?
Oh.
That was 93.
Oh, yes, with the mouse painting thing?
Yeah, that was
God.
You've seen that with the mouse painting, John Oliver?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. All right. So interesting.
So he's a proto furry is what we're
Well, we don't know that there's any kind of erotica going on.
Right. We just know that he has
obsession with Sasquatch.
You heard.
Okay. Interesting. All right. So that.
So anyway.
Right. So is everybody ready?
Sure.
Okay. So before we meet our wonderful Veda, Jeffrey, Danni, Boris, Dillan, Bobby, and Annika, we are going to first discuss as a group, what is this world or town, roughly about 10 to 12, 15 miles across, any, kid on a bike, even though we have some adults here, can make it across, So we're going to kind of first start off talking about our town. So the first thing that we need to kind of talk about is a town name. So where does this town exist, in what state?
Oh,
I vote Midwest.
Massachusetts.
Misery.
Misery, Massachusetts.
Pennsylvania. I don't know.
Pennsylvania. Interesting.
What about somewhere in like Texas?
None of us are Southern, as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
Chris and I are Southern.
I was going to say,
we're Southwest.
Southwest doesn't count.
There are these little gated communities in Pennsylvania that were like trying to be like the Poconos and stuff. and they have these like little gated communities all over that like, and they didn't really do much, and they kind of like flopped, but they're like, anyway.
Okay. So I
Veda.
feel like it's in the Pennsylvania. I heard Pennsylvania twice.
So
So
Pennsylvania or
yeah,
Mountainous Pennsylvania or
Massachusetts.
Pennsylvania could be like
And there's
creepy,
mountains.
or,
Well,
I don't
because
know.
there's mountains, and there's the roads are like real not great.
And there's
in some areas.
aren't there like
We need railways.
Amish people? I don't know.
some
There's
areas.
a lot
Yeah,
of scary stuff in
there's
Pennsylvania.
Amish all over though that area.
Is there a
like
river?
Yeah.
Pennsylvania,
We're gonna
New York,
Yeah.
Ohio.
We got a
So-
river.
Are there
So
mountain
we're
people
gonna-
in Pennsylvania? Mountain
Huh?
folk?
Huh?
Are there mountain folk in
Mountain folk?
Pennsylvania?
I mean, if you live in a
Probably,
mountain,
if
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, how many people have actually been to Pennsylvania?
I mean,
I've
like
driven through.
like I guess.
I stayed for 2 weeks.
It's basically like two different states depending on where you are in it. Like there's the mountainous region to the west, and then there's like the flatter areas and like more urban areas to the east and southeast.
Yeah,
So-
we were in like we were like in the boonies. We had to go. Yeah. We were in one of those little gated communities trying to be like the Poconos, near the Poconos, and like the skiing and stuff like that. So, yeah, it was. There
I
were
have
bears and deer. It's pretty.
It's an
crazy.
interesting state
Mondo's
because
calling
like
you
in the
out,
mountainous
Alex.
areas.
What's that?
Mondo's calling you out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Like,
what
Yeah.
do you say?
did you watch One Tree Hill too?
No. Isn't that
Okay.
another like? What's the one soap opera that's like gone on for like years?
All right, don't go on. I was just reading that. Come
was
on,
like
we're in
all of them.
Pennsylvania.
I mean, pick
So
one.
so we're going to be in Massachusetts.
Okay.
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts, and the town name, I heard Misery. That's kind of fun.
Misery?
Misery,
If
Massachusetts.
you were real, hold on, wait. Give me 1 second. Give me just 5 seconds. Hold on.
Always taking
Jeez.
notes.
This-
No. I
this
want
beer
to.
is
No,
really
gosh
good.
darn it, phone. Can you just work? Can you just do
No,
the thing I asked you to
no.
do?
Misery.
This beer is so good, guys.
Massachusetts.
No. Can we be in Hemlock Farms,
Hemlock Farms.
Pennsylvania?
That works. Hemlock Farms. Is there a
That's good.
second interest? Hemlock Farms, Massachusetts.
I second.
Okay.
Oh, I was like, you guys want to do Robert's Rules of Orders for this? I can run it.
Let's not. I was like, I used to do competitions and that. So let's see. The next thing that we kind of need to talk about is in Hemlock Farms, Massachusetts. What
Wait,
is
it's
the
Massachusetts or Pennsylvania?
Massachusetts?
Okay.
Doesn't have to be a real state. So in Hemlock Farms, what was the main industry?
Steel. Has to be still. No, right?
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
But it's no longer there.
What about logging?
Logging. Yeah, that's big.
Okay.
What can you
So
call-
once known for steel production, now is, I guess
Oh, how about coal? Come on.
How
Craft
about we
beer?
just generally say industrial production?
Mm.
Which
So they deal with
Hunger
everything.
Games region? are we in?
District.
right. So the thing that I don't like about the industry is it's a little broad for the story. So I feel like every town has that one export. And in this case, I think if it is lumber, it could still be lumber. But maybe at one point has a lot of steel mines that are shut down now. That are,
No foundries.
yeah, foundries and things like that. Producing now lumber.
So we have shut down foundries because logging took over.
Right. So a lot of those foundries and maybe mine pits are now kind of shut down and just kind of left stagnant and stale since nobody's, there's nobody owning, relatively working them. Okay.
We got some abandoned buildings, maybe.
Yeah, definitely abandoned buildings. That would be probably, maybe this goes back to the time where they had cabin housing for the workers at the mine sites since they were so maybe located off-site then, but now the town kind of grew around those locations, kind of on the outskirts. So you have a lot of those old type buildings, the foundries, which are kind of like the gutted out sheet metal buildings that pretty much just, almost look like walls. They're so thin.
We could always have some of the town is shut down because of a burning coal seam.
Silent Hill.
Real life. That's actually part of
That
Pennsylvania.
is, yeah, I know. It's still burning. So definitely, now what you see is a little bit more of like the logging is a lot leaner of a business. There's not so much of a footprint for it. They have their sawmills and things like that aren't really like stationary because of how technology is advanced. They don't have to, maybe they have some old sawmills from the turn of that paradigm shift from steel to logging, but there's not too much of the logging material that's left around. And one of the things that your town is famous for is do you guys have a town that is famous for food type? Is it a carnival, a fair?
Apple pie.
Pie. Like New Mexico? Pie, New Mexico?
Yeah. Oh,
Pie
yeah.
town?
Or like wrestling team.
Wrestling team?
Okay.
So that could be, let's see. That could be on the team.
What are we trying to identify right now?
Something the town is famous for.
The old family that used to run the steel mills is still here. They're still rich, of course.
Well, yeah, and we're close to the Poconos. We're close to a lot of wealth.
They're very much still involved in Pennsylvania politics.
What's the Poconos?
Like a fancy vacation spot where you like ski and you have a vacation home there. It used to be really big, but like it's not really anymore. Type of thing.
So like the Dells?
What about
is it like Kellerman's and Dirty Dancing? Like Kellerman's.
Yeah,
it was
one of those like
Tom Faber of One Tree Hill grew up in our town.
Oh, a famous celebrity that came from the rich family.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
Yeah. Like Arnie Hammer.
Okay, so fame is right. That's like the fame of the town. So we have
yeah, so it's like it was like a place, the wealthy would go ski and you'd leave New York and you'd go to the mountains, and spend the week in the Poconos. That was like very much that. I don't think it's a much of a. Yeah, it would be like somebody from Chicago being like, "We're gonna rough it in the Dells this weekend,"
And so this celebrity, their name is James Hemlock, and thus the name of your town, Hemlock Farms.
Okay.
James Hemlock.
James.
What was his James?
I already have an attitude.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Hemlock.
James Hemlock.
Can you read the facts about the city so far?
Yeah. So our town is Hemlock Farms in Massachusetts. And this was once a steel producing town, which is now producing lumber due to the export of goods and export of industry and import of goods. So now you have lumber that pretty much drives the town. Now your family roots, the Hemlocks, are the ones that pretty much introduced the steel production. And at that point, from the steel production, you get the family Hemlock, who still has a presence there, but the city's known for James Hemlock, who really put it on the map. James Hemlock is the grandson of the Hemlock family, pretty much out of that area, and he's a famous celebrity that kind of came out of Hemlock Farms. Okay.
Sounds good so far.
Hey guys, can I just do something like off topic really quick? So, when we were talking about anime and everything, and then I just ran up to check on Linnea, and she's like, "I'm drawing anime."
Nice.
What? In the hell?
You got a future artist on your hands.
That's really good.
Yeah. Oh, she's got the eyes down. She's got the eyes
To
down.
Japan.
Nice.
Send her to Japan.
So cool. Good job, Linnea. Okay, sorry.
Bravo,
That's
bravo,
random.
Linnea. Worth it. Worth the interruption.
Hey, back to town building.
Okay, what's
Okay.
okay, I'm back.
Yeah. So now, what is the town infamous for?
Drugs.
Yeah.
Heroin addiction.
The
Mysterious,
Hemlock murder.
mysterious
So
disappearances.
Grandma
You
and
can tell.
Grandma.
Mysterious
Hemlock.
disappearances.
Teen pregnancy.
Alex,
I'd
you're,
say-
you're creating our home.
Oh, I'm projecting. I'm sorry.
I'd say that's like every town. Anyway,
Gonorrhea.
keep it vague, like mysterious disappearances. Particularly people who visit the town sometimes disappear.
Okay.
That's
Could
not
be
vague.
a lot of
That's
stories
very weird.
Missing teenagers.
But there's
What?
got to be a lot of, stories about the mountains and people getting lost and taken in the mountains and not returning. Like we've got these big mountains, we've got the Poconos Mountains right there.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Still mysterious disappearances. That's
You
why.
think maybe it's mysterious because the people that do go missing are normally,
They're almost never.
travelers and
They're almost never locals. It's always somebody from out of town.
it's okay.
What- okay. I was gonna suggest like maybe an urban legend, like something associated with the famous family. So like even though like a lot of people work for the famous family, they still kind of like think there's something wrong with him.
You're getting into the rumors section, buddy.
I thought you were in the
okay.
rumor section with disappearances.
With the disappearances.
Well, it's got to be something we're infamous for.
Yeah,
that's what we're
so
infamous for.
That's pretty
Mysterious disappearances.
general. I mean,
That's a fact.
So
They
it's
happen.
mountain deaths, not mountain disappearances. We're infamous for people
Oh.
disappearing in the mountains a lot.
Like hiking.
I think the Hemlock family could be both famous and infamous. I don't know.
Like
Well, they're
Hemlock
in the
Farms.
Infamous for
hills.
murdering people.
okay. So what about the town? So we kind of discussed that it was a steel producing town. Now it's kind of, dabbling in lumber. What's the economic status of this town? Is it fleeting? Is it surviving? Are they kind of growing, or are they rich at this point?
The town?
I
I would
That's-
say it's blue
Yeah.
collar town.
Yeah. It's maintaining its wealth despite the decline of industry in the nation. But,
Yeah.
there's always the threat that industry could go away too.
So do you feel like it's more like on this set of plateauing and being stagnant?
Yeah, I'd say it's stagnant. There's not much
Yeah.
growth in lumber. You know?
Stagnant
Yeah.
with old money.
Yeah, there's definitely old money in those asshole hemlocks. Definitely show it off.
Yeah.
I think we know one character who lives amongst those individuals.
Uh-oh. Is it
Hmm.
Rochelle's character?
No. All right. So a notable local organization. We'll need two of these. So these are organizations that can be charitable organizations, but organizations that kind of have a huge stakeholding position in the town. Maybe they put on a lot of fundraising events. Possibly they do volunteering. Maybe it's just a good old boys club type situation or good old gals gang.
You can make it like the Fraternal Order of Eagles.
Fraternal Order
Well,
of Eagle.
if I'm honest with you
Some of
guys,
those old ones.
Hemlock Farms is a massive, gated community. It's a real place. It's a place I stayed for 2 weeks. It's like a massive gated community, and they're very hands-on, involved, kind of in a creepy way. And there's all of these events that you go to. And,
Neighborhood watch,
they're-
maybe?
What is this now?
The HOA basically of the
HOA?
community.
Yeah.
How much?
Yeah, like a homeowners association
How
kind
much
of.
time did
Like
you
the
spend?
HOA.
Town, like
Mhm.
a massive, on a massive scale.
Yeah.
So do we have a very aggressive HOA in Hemlock Farms?
Yeah,
Maybe
that'd be really funny. And
like a
you
very
have to have,
proactive.
Yeah, they're very controlling.
yeah, that'd be good. The rules and regulations of your yard.
In other
and
words,
things.
yeah, you must do everything by there or you're out of this gated community.
And if you don't do a lot of the local events, they kind of start to talk.
And that's
Well,
why you
like
go
we-
missing.
So
No, that's why they get rid of the people from out of town that come into town that mess up their community. They make sure they go away.
So
And
we
there's
have
like
the
there's
very
only one real
controlling-
estate agency.
If they don't fit in the Hemlock Farm way.
Oh my god.
in the HOA. So what is this HOA's group called for short?
Hemlock Owners Association.
About okay.
The
Oh, I was thinking
HOs?
something like society.
HO Society?
Yeah, or how about well, yeah, that might
Hemlock, yeah, just like the Hemlock Homeowners Society. Yeah?
Yeah.
be, yeah,
Okay.
OS,
Homeowners
the
Society.
hose.
The hose. The hose.
Hemlock.
Love it.
So let's see. Hemlock. What was it? Hemlock.
Hose.
Homeowner Society.
Hemlock Homeowners. So that's HH.
Yeah, but so you say
Owners.
hose.
But
like
it's still
2 H's
hose.
is-
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's still
2
hose.
H's is just the same as 1 H, really.
Yeah. Come on.
Okay.
HHOS.
And then what is the second organization that's
Um,
that's prominent in this town?
We need a counterbalance. How about we have like it's
What about a societal club for like old housewives?
no that would be I don't know. I want a counterbalancing.
I think they'd be more with
organization.
the homeowners.
Or like a
I
country
want-
club.
Yeah, what
That's
we
where
need is a
HHOSs
club.
are.
It's a club where the old men go and drink.
Okay. So like a lounge.
like the Moose
Yeah.
Lodge or something.
Yeah. Exactly.
Just the clubhouse? The
Yeah.
clubhouse? That's
The
it. We'll call it the
clubhouse.
clubhouse.
Like or like a golf like country club kind of place or
Oh yeah, the clubhouse. That's where
yeah,
they,
yeah, yeah.
where they
It's called
drink.
the clubhouse.
That's where
It's
they
where
drink.
men can be men.
Yeah.
Oh, just the clubhouse.
Yeah.
And that one will be, so that one is a kind of more of a men's kind of social club.
Yeah. Let's say it's a place where
Yeah.
they go and they associate and drink and conspire.
Okay.
It's all about business, darling.
And you know,
and rub elbows.
yep.
And hobnob.
And popcorn.
Club.
Still
Definitely
popcorn.
popcorn. There's got to be popcorn. I
Popcorn.
mean, it goes without saying.
You can't have a clubhouse without popcorn. It's just a
Fucking,
rule.
there's definitely a popcorn machine there.
Yeah, that's never been cleaned.
Right.
It's standard. Everyone
So I'm
knows
gonna-
about. Everyone knows about that that clubhouse popcorn that gets brought home after a long night. Yeah, can I have can I have some of that popcorn? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Like it, no one's ever turned it on or turned it off. There's just like always a consistent amount of popcorn.
When everything's
Yeah.
when everything's turned off at night, you still see the glow of the popcorn
The
machine.
popcorn.
So what you say? It's
Yellow
an Eldritch
glass
popcorn
on it.
maker. It's an Eldritch popcorn maker, right?
Right. Yeah.
It just makes popcorn. Never needs taken care of.
It has that weird like white noise buzz in the background.
It kind of just showed up one day. Like
Makes popcorn. It's delicious popcorn. Oh well.
It's like it's always been there. They don't know who brought it. Or they don't know where it came from, but it's always been.
So what about with these two clubs there? So we have the very controlling HOA, the Hemlock Homeowner Society, and then the Men's Social Club for inspiring, also known for the popcorn machine, the clubhouse. There's also notable landmarks in this town. There's two of them. What are some of the landmarks in this town?
There's
There's
Definitely-
first of
burial
all,
ground.
definitely a
Hemlock Manor.
statue. There's I would say there's definitely a statue
For
of
sure,
Hemlock.
John. Like
Yeah.
the Hemlock Manor. It's got
Hemlock
to be a
Manor.
big mansion.
Big
Okay.
mansion on a hill, the family
Yeah.
estate.
Maybe like with like the statue. So the statue kind of landmarks the entry to the property, and then the
No, I
mansion
think the
sits-
statue would be in the town center, marking
Okay,
No,
so-
something, whatever
yeah.
Sean
Or
wants.
like
Yeah.
the park.
Okay.
They have like a big park. There's a big
So that's like
statue.
actually two landmarks: Sean's statue and the Hemlock Manor. What would the
Okay.
statue be, Sean? What was your idea for the statue?
Well, that's the grandfather Hemlock, whatever.
Oh, so the statue of the family.
Founder.
That
Let's
that,
put that in the town
The
center.
founder.
that
that's like the
made
town center.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Like Mr.
grandfather
Naper in
Hemlock.
downtown Naperville, the guy, the big.
So this is a
Naperville.
statue
That way.
in the center of town.
He's pointing like outside of Naperville.
Okay, so the statue of Grandfather Hemlock, it's in the center of town. And so there's also the Hemlock Manor. Is that what we have? Are they
Yeah.
living in that currently, or is that more of like historical property now?
No, they live on it. That's where they live. It's a
It's-
big
Like
manor.
the White House.
Yeah,
Okay.
on a hill. Everybody can see it from the town, basically, and it overlooks the town.
Hemlock
Kind of like the
Manor.
idea that it's like the states, like the what was it, Jeffrey, the celebrity person or whatever, he doesn't want it, and maybe his parents are mysteriously dead.
Well, he could
So-
not want to live there. I like that idea that he doesn't want to live there because it's too old. He's a celebrity. He's like a new celebrity, right?
Oh, you're
No,
talking
He
about
was
because
James.
we
famous.
think- Oh yeah, we think like, oh, it's so big, it's so grand, but it's like, yeah, it was made in the 1890s.
Right. He wants to live in a modern
Yeah.
place, so he lives in like in a
Yeah.
modern apartment.
Right.
What's a condo?
Or a mansion, or if it is a mansion, like
I
an
don't know if the
updated
parents have to
one.
be dead. They might still be there. It's just, he doesn't
No.
live there. He won't live
He
there.
doesn't, and he doesn't want anything to do with
He
it.
lives in the
Yep.
beach house. Come on.
The beach house, right? All right. So the one thing is, I know that the last one here is the school sports team. So for the school sports team, I heard wrestling. So I do like having a predominant sport known for wrestling or something other. What is the team called?
I'm gonna look up their real one. Give me a second.
No,
Come on, it'll be hilarious.
let's not be historical.
Like something that starts with an H, like the Hemlock
the Hemlock
Hogs or
Hogs.
something.
Hogs.
The Hemlock
Hemlock,
Hawk, the
oh,
hawk.
Hemlock
Hemlock
Harbingers.
Hawk.
Wait. Wasn't it Plato that
Avengers.
died from hemlock?
Was what?
It sounds like it.
Hemlock,
Like
who died of
Was it
Hemlock
Plato?
headlocks.
It was one of the old philosophers that took hemlock to kill himself. I think it
What
was
about
or Socrates,
wrestling
either
team?
Socrates or Plato.
for the wrestling team? It's the Hemlock headlocks.
There you go. I like that one.
That's the signature hold.
Oh yeah, it's the Hemlock Headlock. Gets you every
For the
time.
wrestling
It's
team.
like the Hail Mary move.
All right. And what did we come up with overall the team mascot?
We gotta think of some like obscure, ridiculous forest animal.
The Hemlock Hyenas.
Hyenas.
Hunchback.
Hemlock hornet.
Hunchback.
The hedgehogs.
I like the hemlock hornet.
Hedgehogs.
I like the
Hornets?
hemlock hornet.
Hornets.
The hemlock hornets. I like that.
That sounds pretty. I don't know. What do you guys think? Hemlock hornets?
Sure.
Well,
Humpback
nothing, it's
whale.
not funny.
The Hemlock
Humpback
Humpbacks.
Hemlock.
That's a great
humpback.
wrestling team.
Hemlock. Humpbacks. What are we thinking?
Hemlock. Give me 1 second.
Mm.
I like hornets. It's about the best one. For
Hemlock
That's
hornets.
good. It's aggressive.
yeah.
Hemlock hornets.
Yeah.
The hemlock hedgehogs.
Hedgehogs.
Sanic.
Sanic. Gotta
I
go
like the
fast.
hornet.
Gotta go fast.
I like the hornets. I do. I
Sanic.
like the hornets.
Hornets is good.
Hornets it is.
Hornets. All right. So we are set with our overall world building for
Ooh,
now.
okay.
Sorry, you said, did you ask for 3 landmarks in the town?
No,
Or
two.
Two. Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
so
they'll-
what? Just
they'll-
like town square and
We had
the-
the
Yeah, so
statue
the
in the
statue,
yeah.
Hemlock Manor.
Yeah, so those are just so there'll be other locations. This isn't going to be like the limit. These are just well-known, locations that even if you were new to the town, those would kind of be the first 2 locations you learn about of this town. So with that, do we want to have an overview of our town?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
So welcome to your wonderful and beautiful Hemlock Farms, Massachusetts, where once we were still producing factory and found a new money market in lumber. And the once famous celebrity James Hemlock used to call this place home with his very rich family, the Hemlocks, who have a manor that is located outside of town, but on a very large estate. It's not known if the parents still live inside the manor, but we do know that James lives in a more current lifestyle, enjoying beach homes and wherever his money can take him.
And
You also
supermodels.
see that grandfather Hemlock is located in the center of the town as the founder of this wonderful little Hemlock Farms, Massachusetts. Now, within this area, you'll find two very predominant clubs. Now, you do have, of course, your school sports teams and your various, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts. But what you will notice is there's a very snarl-looking bunch of people who call themselves the Hemlock Homeowners Society. And they're a very controlling and retaliative HOA group who goes around and makes sure people's homes are up to codes or to their own standards. Now, most of these people are married to or have friends that are in the clubhouse. And the clubhouse is known for this wondrous popcorn machine that never seems to need refilling, never needs to be serviced, and always just seems to be glowing and marking the site of this clubhouse. And it's called the Men's Social Club, the Clubhouse. Now, if you continue looking past the history of Hemlock Farms, you'll notice that locals go missing. Or locals don't go missing, but the locals actually report the missing of the travelers who come through the town and hike off into the hills and the mountainous regions. They're not sure why, but it just seems to only be travelers who seem to go missing in these dense wooded areas. The economy of this area is stagnant, but definitely has some old money, which kind of keeps it afloat in the rougher times. If you ever go to your high school wrestling match, you'll see the Hemlock Headlock being thrown out and cheering fans for the Hemlock Hornets. All right, and so in our town, we have our couple group of people that we're going to follow along. We have Annika, Bobby, Dillan, Boris, Danni, Jeffrey, and Veda. And so now what we're going to do is discuss our friends and possibly family members. So our friends and family members, they might not need to know each other, but they all know one thing in common. Those are the rumors of the town, okay? So everyone will come up with one rumor for today. And if we have another match, what we'll do, another session here is what we'll do is come up with one additional rumor so that we can keep the storyline alive. So starting off with, let's go with Annika. Annika, what is a rumor that you and the ones around you would know? Now, Annika, go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us your age and a little bit about who you are and, what motivates you.
Oh, I don't remember from like 3 weeks ago. Let's see. I am 11,
Woo, another kid.
and my aspiration is to become like Doogie Howser.
Ooh.
That's cool.
And what else did you want to know?
What is a rumor that Annika, what is a rumor that you've heard around town?
Oh, my parents are like big swampy lawyers, and they like hobnob with the mayor, and the mayor was talking about like building a theme park or water park.
Okay. So possibly some new production
That
development.
sounds that is such a kid rumor. Like that is such a rumor a kid would. I loved it because I could just see Grant like, I heard they're going to be building a water park. Yeah, it's like no, based off of nothing. They just want one there.
All right. So there might be a water park or a theme park coming. And apparently they have strong connections with the mayor if they're talking to them. So definitely Annika's parents are lawyers, and they have a practice, which they're no longer practicing lawyers themselves because they own the firm. So they definitely are in that scene, but not necessarily as lawyers. And that
they
brings
definitely
us. Mhm.
are here.
What's that?
They fit right in the community.
They might live close to the Hemlocks, so
Yeah.
yeah. So we're not too certain on that. We'll have to find out from Annika. Now, Bobby, what is one rumor that you've heard around town?
The rumor I've heard around town is that there's been an increasing number of people going crazy, and they're particularly obsessed with spirals.
Okay.
And I heard it through my mother, who's a statistician who teaches at a college, but she keeps in touch with statisticians that work for hospitals. And overheard her and my father discussing it because it's unusual that they all share the obsession with spirals.
Okay. So we got a spiral situation. Okay. So people are obsessed with spirals. Now, Bobby, did you say how old you were?
I am 10. You didn't ask me that.
No, I didn't. But Bobby is 10 years old. So Bobby definitely, his mom's a statistician. So of course, some information and education is important to his family. So a couple of things that motivate you. What are some things that we can actually see you that kind of brings you joy?
Oh, let's see. What did I write down?
I think you're just a good old kid.
Yeah,
Having fun.
Yeah, I'm motivated by hanging out with friends and doing dares and being just testing myself basically.
Mm-hmm. So he likes that rambunctious kind of dare group. Now we have a little bit of a teenager with maybe a little bit of a attitude problem, some would say. But Dillan, go ahead and tell us your age and a little bit about you. And what is the rumor you know?
First of all, definitely don't have an attitude. First and foremost, I'm 19 and I sort of travel. I don't live at home anymore. I don't know if I actually have a home really, other than hanging out with my friends, kind of taking up with them.
Couch surfing.
Kind of a vagabond, couch surfer. And the rumor I've heard is that there might be a hovel out in the woods. An old man that was living there. I kind of want to check it out because it'd be a good place to hang.
Okay.
Wonder why you'd want to hang there.
So hovel is the old man still living, or is he presumed unknown? Okay. Alive, dead, unknown. Okay. And
how old is Dillan again?
19.
Yeah, and apparently it seems to be a cool place to hang, right?
Well, I don't know. I want to check it out though for sure.
Okay. Man, dead. All right, Dillan. Thank you. So, our next person is Boris. Boris, go ahead and tell us your age and your rumor, and just a little bit about what do you like to do on a Saturday?
Yeah, cześć. My name's Boris. Nice to meet you all. I am 14, multi-ethnic.
Well, so that's a kid. 14's a kid.
Oh no.
Multi-ethnic, Polish, Russian, middle, all over the place.
I can tell. Oh, who's that by that accent?
Mm-hmm.
My father, he's works in the fields doing the lumber. Let's see. On the weekend, I like to read, maybe drink, whatever. Walk around. Yeah. Rumor has it, this Hemlock family, you can't trust them. And they might be associated with working with the Hemlock Homeowners Society. They have the same name. Missing people. Not good. Too many connections. Too many dots.
Hemlock. All right. So let me go ahead and write that down. So Hemlock. So we can't trust the Hemlocks. They are tied in to the Hemlock Owners Society. tied in with the hose. Homeowners Society. And is it a theory that the disappearances have something to do with the Hemlocks and the society?
Tell me, theory. I have hypothesis. I need data.
Travelers. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see. Now, our next Hemlock Farms resident is Danni. Danni, go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us about what might have, brought you to Hemlock, if you're a newer resident, and also your age. And then what is the rumor that you've heard?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My name's Danni. I'm a nurse now. I'm working on my residency hours, but I just moved in Hemlock Farms. I'm new here, and I'm living pretty close to the hospital. I am a single mom. I have a little boy, and his name is Levi. He's 6 years old, and he is just my world. He's my everything. And, so I'm looking for babysitters and things like that so I can finish up those residency hours, but looking to start new here in Hemlock Farms. Well, there's a lot of rumors that I hear working in the hospital, and we know in the medical field what to take seriously or not. But, we are seeing a lot of strange injuries and a lot of, just a lot of deaths that we can't really find out what was the cause. And of course, we do get a lot of travelers and a lot of people, flown in from the mountains, missing limbs, and usually they don't live. And it happens quite often. I don't know, I haven't lived in another mountain town before, so I don't know if it's this common anywhere else, but yeah.
Very interesting, Danni. So a lot of injuries. So Danni's relatively new, and so she's seen a lot of injuries come into the ER, unknown, caused by unknown, limbs missing. A lot of times they're coming from the surrounding forest areas. So
usually, yeah.
Okay, very interesting. So
what was Danni's age?
24?
No, she's 28.
Oh, that's a lie. Add 10.
So then we have Jeffrey.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
There goes Jeffrey. No,
Hi, Miss Johnson.
So Jeffrey, tell us about your business for first thing, because that's probably where a lot of people might have seen you before, and also tell us how old you are, and then what is a rumor that you've heard?
So I am a black belt who teaches karate at my dojo, Fireflip
Yes.
Academy.
Wait, what was the name of it?
Fireflip Karate Academy.
Fireflip.
And I inherited it from my sensei, who was kind of a father figure growing up because I had abusive parents, and I was bullied growing up, like going through school. So it inspired me to
kick butt
karate, and I'm 25, and there's been a large amount of Sasquatch sightings recently, and I think it might have something to do with the people going missing.
Are you a Sasquatch hunter? Part-time.
I wouldn't say a hunter, but I'm a believer.
Enthusiast.
If you ran into one in the woods, you could kick its ass.
That was a good response.
What was the TV show? What was it called? The Sasquatch Hunters. Do you guys remember?
Harry and the Hendersons?
No, there was like a Bigfoot, like
Ugh.
like a TLC or
Well,
Discovery Channel. Discovery. I think it was on Discovery, and it was
probably
like,
History Channel, to be honest.
oh,
I love that you're a black belt Sasquatch.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Jeffrey Jackson.
Jeffrey Jackson.
Jeffrey Jackson, last name. So
What's
our
Jeffrey's
characters-
age?
25.
Mhm.
And he's afraid of death.
So our characters will all get last names, but we have our last character to introduce today, and
Veda?
yeah. So Veda, go ahead and tell us how old you are, and one thing that motivates you, and also what is a rumor that you've heard?
Well, kids, my name's Veda.
oh,
Oh yeah.
can you cough?
Hey, toots.
And I am a 52-year-old
Woman, you are a woman.
widow. So I previously lived in Texas and I worked for NASA, and I was a radio operator, and I have an engineering degree, and my husband was independently wealthy, and unfortunately he passed. And I was very distraught by this, and I decided to just escape my life and go to this quaint, small little town, just to kind of, do my own thing. And so I retired early. I don't really like to talk or socialize with the other adults here in town. I just kind of like to do my own thing. What's that?
You're not in the hose.
No, I'm not a hoe. I do feel that there's something going on at that clubhouse, though. I think there's some strange things happening that, I have this notebook in my bag that I keep notes on people. And there's a few things I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about, the youngsters and children in town, and I don't think their parents really look after them very well. So I'm a watcher. I like to watch out my window and
Yeah.
see what's going on.
I was gonna ask, are you a long necker? Are you a?
Mm-hmm.
Do you yell at kids for getting on your lawn?
I don't mind that so much, but I don't want them to
see their parents in the back. If they're on your lawn, that's fine.
I silently judge them, and I think whatever is going on is like a product of their parents, and so I kind of am concerned about, I kind of keep a lookout. There's a lot of kind of unusual things happening, and then this clubhouse is concerning to me because I feel like there's some kind of like ritualistic cult thing happening there, and maybe it's the Illuminati. I don't know, but it's kind of concerning to me. So I'm just observing like the good scientist I am. I'm taking notes, and I'm going to try to solve this puzzle.
And you're just not about that old boys club thing. I mean, come on now.
No, my motivation is to leave a female inspired legacy. I'm a first generation of European immigrants and the first to go to college, and I'm pretty proud of that. So that old boys club is definitely not for me. And I do think there's something strange happening over there.
All right, Veda. So
Dang.
Veda probably has notes on you guys if you've been in our neighborhood. So you guys
I
better
just got
watch
here,
out.
Veda, so calm down. Just moved in.
Oh, that's okay. She goes to the Commerce records, and she takes a look at.
Oh, she was the first one at my door with an apple pie.
Yeah. So now we're going to pause from character, everyone. Great job. Really like the intros. But now we're going to kind of talk about a little bit more into like the relationships. So based on what we heard, do any of the characters have relationships with the other characters?
I want to say I know Annika from school,
Okay.
and I've walked on Veda's lawn a few times.
Oh, daring.
It would be interesting to be neighbors with Veda. I think we would have some things in common, things to talk about. Maybe I could even ask her to watch my son here and there. Like, I feel like I would want Veda as a neighbor.
The 52-year-old widow would make a good babysitter, is what you're saying?
Heck yeah.
There you go.
All right, so Veda and Danni are neighbors.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I really got the long neck right next door. So she's
Okay.
really interested.
Is
Okay.
anybody taking karate?
I think
Anyone
that
taking
Dillan and Boris definitely know each other, because most kids of his age know Dillan, because Dillan's the kind of guy that he's kind of around, and he's the kind of guy that can get things. And Boris, being a drinker, he knows he can get me to get him alcohol. So I'm sort of one of his contacts for that.
Dylan's my plug.
Yeah.
Dylan and Boris could be taking lessons from karate lessons together.
I am definitely not taking karate lessons, but
I was going to say Levi.
I've definitely hung around the kung fu shop for sure.
Okay.
Because that's a good place to meet up with other
make
people.
your connections. So
with children.
So in that case, so then Dillan, you know Jeffrey because you're a loiterer.
Yeah.
Outside of his dojo.
Definitely.
I'll be taking karate lessons from Levi or Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Jeffrey.
I think I have Levi signed up for karate lessons as well.
Danni, karate lessons. You know, Jeffrey.
He's Jeffrey.
Wait, Danny or Bobby's or
Bobby is taking lessons from Jeffrey.
Mm-hmm. Bobby. So he is your sensei.
Yes, but I'm 10, so
in karate. So you're like a yellow belt mostly.
Whatever.
Okay, so with this, I kind of need to make a little bit more connections here, if anything. It's okay if you guys don't know each other, though. So it sounds like, Annika, you don't know Jeffrey, correct?
No.
Okay, so let me make a column here.
I'll know. I don't know. I'll know Annika and Bobby maybe from some school.
Does Veda or Danni smoke a little herb? A little on the side herb?
Well, I was going to say you could be one of the little kids' big brothers. You could be either, it would be actually really great if you were the rich kid's big brother, lawyer family, all the good stuff. You were big brother that ran away from all that. Just saying, you don't have to do that. But
no, I'm definitely not that.
Okay.
But if Veda or Danni were a little bit of a smoker, I got you.
Yeah,
he's the plug.
So Veda, do you dabble in that, or are you pretty straight lace?
Well, you know what? I think I might do it more for the medicinal purposes for my social anxiety.
Okay. So Veda, let's see, Dillan. Let's see.
And I would keep
You would have like discretion, like
absolutely.
Okay.
Well, Dojo is smoking it up. Come on, he's got like a
Yeah.
dojo karate.
Yeah,
Come
yeah,
on.
No, I mean, I don't know. That's up to you. I feel like,
Sasquatch conspiracist. Yeah, like
yeah, I feel like, what is Jeffrey?
I
Is
mean, he is
Jeffrey's,
paranoid.
is he
I mean,
straight
you open up a
laced?
door and it's also a smoke shop in the back. Come on, you know. You know him. Don't act like you don't know him.
Yeah, so does Jeffrey know Dillan in a positive aspect or just because he's a loiterer?
No.
Because your relationship
Is
will
Daddy
gear
your
our
drug
next
dealer?
section.
Come on.
I mean, I would say they've definitely
They've met.
I kind of feel like Jeffrey's probably
some
like looking out for
business.
Dillan in a way. He knows that Dylan's just a vagabond.
Yeah.
He probably
like,
doesn't
if
want to
he-
like do that in front of he doesn't want to have this like dude around in front of these kids he's a sensei for. But I'm definitely like
You're a part
there.
of his life.
I'm loitering because of the kids that are around, right? I mean, I need context.
Mm-hmm.
Or you need future clients.
So then,
I mean, I'm more than just a drug dealer. I deal in a lot of things.
Yeah.
I deal in a lot of things.
I have definitely
I feel
accidentally
like I'll
punched.
have a use for you, but I don't know what yet. But
So
I feel like you're going to be useful.
I've definitely accidentally punched
useful.
Dylan. I've definitely accidentally punched Dylan in the nuts on a dare.
Okay. So Bobby, Dillan. All
So we're
right.
familiar with each other, but
And what about let's see here. Let's say, so Veda, we know that you know Danni. We know that you know Dillan. Does Veda has Veda recognized Bobby from him crossing her grass or lawn?
Yeah. Like I don't know him, but
you're
I
aware of
definitely
him.
know him by like sight, I guess.
Okay. All right. And what about Annika? So Annika lives in a little bit different area than probably majority of the group here. Would Annika know, or would Veda know Annika, vice versa? Not at all? Maybe just in passing?
Yeah, I probably know where she lives and who like who she is, but I don't like go around and talk to her.
Okay. And what about so Veda isn't really, what about Jeffrey? Veda, do you know Jeffrey? Or just other than maybe because he owns the dojo in town, you know that for a fact that that's who that person is?
she's probably got it in her notes.
Did we figure this out already in our notes?
No, if you
No,
know
you're making
Jeffrey.
it up.
Yeah.
You're making it up right now. You're saying whether you want to know him or not. It's up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't think I know him. I just know him because I go to the coffee shop next to the dojo.
Okay.
Of him.
Nice. Okay. And so let's see. I think that leaves some connections for Annika. So Annika, have you ever met Dillan? Does he sell you those Adderalls for studying?
Yeah,
Pick up
I
your
know
speed?
Dillan and Boris.
Oh, dang.
why is an 11-year-old taking?
How?
I'm not
she's,
taking karate.
she's not
We're
your
classmates.
average. Yeah, she's not
She
your
wants you to do
average
it, Hauser.
11-year-old. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, Boris, what do you do with you're 14, you're a student.
High school
What
student.
if you had a side babysitting job?
I don't trust him as a
No.
babysitter.
he himself knows he
I
would
love the
not be
babies.
good.
Well,
I love the
kids then,
babies.
the two kids, would either of the two kids have like a younger sibling? I'm trying to figure out how I would have
We're
like
not
maybe.
related.
No,
I
I
mean-
would just like how I would know, like maybe my kid had a play date with
You
your little
know,
brother.
I'll tell you how you know me. I've been in the
Okay.
hospital multiple times.
Okay. And then I was thinking for druggy kid, maybe I pumped your stomach.
Maybe
Druggy kid.
Oh,
I babysat your
Mm.
kids and accidentally fell asleep, and you kindly let me sleep the night over. No,
No.
couch surfing.
I mean,
Mhm.
you could know him just as maybe everyone keeps talking about Dylan every time they go in and they get like a bad batch or something, or they're blaming it on Dylan because they know that Dylan,
Well-
they want to villainize him.
Dylan sells bad
Hopefully
shit.
they're not
Shit.
snitching on their set.
I don't
They're
like what you did
snitching
there.
on their.
I don't like what you did there. It's definitely going against what my fears in life. Villainize me.
What are you
What the
talking
hell
about,
you pulling on
fears?
me?
I'm not selling
I
any
don't like
bad
what's
words.
going on here.
Uh,
Already, this is turning into a bad situation.
let's see. Well, Dylan, by far you are the most known person right now.
Am I?
How
Infamous
does anyone know
orphan.
Boris? How does anyone know Boris?
You know what? I kind of feel like Veda would know Boris's family because they're from the.
That's what I was gonna say. That I was wondering if, like, because of our ethnic backgrounds, that
distant cousins. Like maybe because my dad, like we moved here because my dad's a lumberer. Like he just travels the world looking for blue collar.
It's Eastern
Hazard pay
Bloc
work.
though. All the
Yeah.
Eastern Bloc know each
yeah, I feel like maybe
other. You probably have your
um,
own society.
like
Not by family, but like definitely friends. Yeah, just like, oh hey, I know a guy who lives. Or I know a woman who lives here.
There's 4 people in town speaking like this.
like I might be distant cousins with your mother or something like that, or
With my father.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Boris and Veda are distant related.
Yeah.
All right, Veda. And let's
Maybe
see.
his father convinced you to move to this area, after your husband's passing.
Oh, possibly.
Like, come, cousin, come.
Maybe they were cousins.
His father wants to get tight with you, Veda. I'm saying.
Oh.
He's
cousins.
He's a
Where
traveler.
we live.
Yeah, they are.
We
They're like
second
third cousins. It doesn't
Easily.
matter.
Fine.
So, Annika, how is it that you know Dylan?
I also know Jeffrey too, because I walk with them to the karate dojo.
Okay,
But,
so you and Bobby are good
Dylan's
friends.
just around there, like preying on the children. So
Not praying. I'm not praying on children. Jesus.
Oh, dang.
Creepy. Hey, Annika,
Dylan
watch out
is
for the
not a
creepy old
creeper,
dude.
by the way.
Oh, okay.
Creepy
He
old
is
dude.
not. Dylan is not a creeper.
Annika,
you're
I
a
punched-
pusher. Sorry.
I'm not a
I punched him
pusher
in the nuts.
either. I just.
Annika, I
you know.
punched him in the nuts once. He goes right over. Just punch him in the nuts.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
just a dude.
Are you still wearing your Letterman jacket?
No, I don't have a Letterman jacket. I have a jean jacket with heavy metal band patches all over the place. Cargo
Yeah, you do.
pants.
Metalhead.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
So-
not like,
My kid goes to the dojo, so I would see the two of them at the dojo. Got it. Okay, good. Sorry.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait,
but I
gotta-
maintain
I
I maintain
an
a
important
pristine
question.
appearance. I'm a pretty
Important
heavy
question
metal
about
head.
your important question about your metal jacket. Is it like, did you buy it or did you make it?
Oh, it's definitely made, but
Okay, so you're a real fan. Is what I'm saying.
I'm particular about my appearance. So like I don't have like just crazy disheveled hair or anything. I have longer hair, but it's pretty. I'm pretty.
He's a pretty boy.
Okay,
I'm a pretty metalhead.
Which is why he went over
about-
when I punched him in the nuts so easily.
This would be funny how I would know you then. When I'm taking my kids to the dojo, leaving or whatever, maybe you try to sweet talk me and I laughed and I know you're like the 19-year-old who like
Yeah, that's good.
I
made me feel
definitely would do that. I would definitely do that.
It's on the older ladies.
So,
Oh,
so you
yeah.
guys don't necessarily know each other, but you know of each other because
Of
you
each
constantly
other.
see.
I'm
Okay,
like, oh, you know.
Danny's on the prowl.
Weirdos.
So I think the last one is. Did we discover if Danny and Jeffrey know each other? Besides, you said that you take your son to karate lessons, so that's how you know Jeffrey, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So would you say that that's more of like just I dropped my kid off and I trust this guy, Or do you really kind of know Jeffrey to an extent? Jeffrey and Danny, what do you guys?
I think I mean, I just moved into the
kid's
neighborhood.
6, right?
So,
Yeah.
yeah. I like how you are, like, even though it's not real, like you just did like the protective dad thing, like you don't want to chick with a
I
kid.
totally did that, and I recognized it when I did. I was like, "No, you
You
not
did
leave
it.
your kid at 6. No way.
No, son.
You're sitting on the
Don't
freaking bench
do it
watching
yourself.
this shit go down.
Yeah, but remember,
Nobody
this
hits my kid.
This is early 90s.
That's true.
So
That's true. So
early 90s. So would you know Jeffrey, or Jeffrey, do you talk to Danny when she comes in, or are you just more focused on getting, session started?
I mean, we've probably definitely met like when she drops off her kid, but like
I mean,
probably like
I'm new.
not that much.
I'm new in the area, so I'm willing to make friends wherever I can. So
Okay.
I probably tried to be friends with him,
So we're going to say you guys don't know each other. You guys know of each other. Now, the reason why this is important is because there's question banks that you're going to choose from. If you know somebody, it's either going to be a positive or negative relationship. If you don't know them, it's one set of questions. So our next section is going to get to we're going to randomize some questions and kind of get to know a little bit more of your relationship as far as the depths of the relationship. And if you don't know, it's going to be more about what have you observed or maybe noticed about that particular individual.
I'm gonna get something to drink real quick.
Okay. Everybody else want to get a
Yes,
drink?
so
Go get a
I'll be
beer.
right back.
Yep, do that.
See, I told you, setting up is like pretty much a big fun part of this.
It is
so
fun.
far, I'm having a great time, and you're doing awesome, Chris. By the way.
Thanks.
Bravo.
Yeah. So just for a little sneak peek for you guys that are still here, I think the first scene is going to be where you guys all meet each other, and it's going to be titled "The Parade." Festa. Gonna go get a drink real quick, also.
Like, have you seen parades that the kids in like karate schools, they'll be like, okay, and they'll march in the parade. So that's one way for like the dojo and all the kids, like, oh, those are the kids in the dojo, you're marching in the parade.
Yep.
Just a thing.
Yeah. So I guess what I also want to know is, so there's a couple of versions that we can go with the setup of the questions. There's a one-sided questions. That's about 5 minutes per player. And then there's the full setup, which is about 8 minutes. It tacks on 8 to 12 minutes. So I don't know if maybe for the sake of this round, if maybe one-sided questions for the 5 minutes would be best. So that's where you're going to answer, you can answer a question about each character.
Is it just one person interacting, or is it two people interacting, or how's that work?
So it'll be one person interacting, and then they're going to go around pretty much round table,
okay.
And they're going to discuss here's what the question you are going to roll. You're going to roll a d20. It's going to give you a question. You're going to answer that question, and then you and the other character can have a dialogue to better develop that answer. So you guys build a relationship.
Is that the deeper version, or is
that's pretty much like the medium deeper area?
Let's do that.
Okay. Yeah, because I was going to say the complete question, you're going to answer 2 questions for each character rather than just the one.
Oh, I mean, we could do 2. You
say
2 is like, you say 2 is 12 minutes?
Well, it could take up to 12 minutes. It's 8 minutes is what it says for like the lower end, but I'm giving, a little bit of a buffering time of 4 minutes.
Well, I think we really do it. Is it better to get the 12-minute one?
Let's get deep.
I think so. I mean, it will help you guys connect better as your characters.
Yeah.
We are coal mining today. We are going deep, man.
Let's get deep into the roots of this town.
Right. All right. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick, okay?
All right. I'm excited. Okay. I'm excited about this town. I'm excited about Boris because I don't know like anything about Boris. You're probably the closest to my age.
Yeah, 14.
Boris is the closest to my age. And I got and Boris talks funny. That kind of
Oh yeah, you are kind Because I get like what is there, a 10, 11, 14. They all kind of fit. And then then there's the adults. And then you got this like 19-year-old drug dealer. Where we putting him in?
Well, I'm not just a drug dealer, though.
No,
I was
know.
just trying to
But
give you
that's the
guys some
thing, is
hooks into me, but no,
I'm an independent business owner.
I'm
No,
an
it
entrepreneur. I sell things out of my
Freelance.
backpack. I got
Oh.
condoms, I got tampons, I got drugs, I can get you beer.
Rolexes.
Plan B.
You want a Rolex? I know a guy who's got Rolexes. You need
That's awesome.
you need
No, that's-
training
we-
wheels
'cause you
because your
need
mean
that guy.
daddy ripped them off. I can get that for you.
Sasquatch photos.
Sasquatch photos. I know a guy.
Got him. He knows a guy.
I'm the guy who knows
Who knows?
people and get things. Meet a lot
No,
of
we
people.
need that. We need that.
I meet a
Well,
lot of
that's why we
people,
need-
and I'm friends with a lot of people. I'm very friendly, very nice dude. A very nice dude.
Yeah, I bet you're nice dude. And you get the ladies.
But given
That's
my
easy for
age,
you.
of course, drugs everybody wants.
Yeah, well, you're still 19. You're still not. You've got a few more years of this before people are like, "Hey, you got to leave town, or you got to do something." But right now, you're still 19. Still got that baby exploding background.
What? Yeah. What
Of
about
the baby
exploding?
explosion. I'm jealous. I don't get to do it. I can't have a background
Why can't you?
because it's saying like I don't have the right computer for it. I guess.
I don't know about that.
You need more hardware.
Can't hear you, Chris.
Well, I have my computer's decently old,
Yeah.
but it. What did I try? I tried
You
to
need to
do
tell Zach to stop being stingy with his laptop and steal it from him.
Or just buy one for yourself.
I know. I've been
Oh, I
dragging my
triggered
feet
something.
so
I feel like I touched a button. Oh shit!
with that laptop.
Yeah.
We're not gonna.
Oh.
There was a big old nasty computer story.
Oh, we're
Not
live.
kidding.
We're live streaming. Hi everyone.
Hi.
Welcome to the
Well, we all
laptop
love our
drama.
computers.
All right. So where are we in this game?
If you only knew.
So we'll wait for Veda to get back
I think
here.
she's like. I think she might be putting.
Okay.
If we
okay.
can move
Yeah, so
around
let's-
her, if we could.
Yeah, let's. So we can review a little bit about what we're going to do next. So I have a list of questions that you guys are going to roll for, and it's going to help deepen your characters' relationship with each other. So if you know the character, you're going to have a negative question and a positive question now with this set. So every relationship, of course, is positive and negative, and somewhere in the middle. So that's why you're going to roll for 2 questions, and then you're going to take a round, and you're going to have a dialogue with that individual if there's anything to discuss in further detail on the question. So one of the sample questions here is, what is your first memory of the character? And that's if you know the character. So
Of
if
the
you
other
don't,
character that we know?
right. So if you know the character, if your character knows the other character, then you'll answer 2 questions. If you don't know the character, you're going to answer 1. And the unknown questions, those are, so what volunteer work have you heard that character does? And if that doesn't apply, then you can go ahead and re-roll a question.
Volunteer work.
Volunteer work. So that might be something for like, if it doesn't have to be true per se. Maybe we saw you picking up trash one day, Bobby. And we're like, well, we saw Bobby picking up trash, so I think he's with that toss no moss Hemlock. You know.
I don't know. Bobby's kind of slovenly.
That's right. So that would be something where you could say, I don't know if it was necessarily that, and you'd be able to clarify that. So that's kind of what we're doing. And, even if it's not true, then maybe that person can stand true. But, if it doesn't apply, then we can switch up the question.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and get started. I want to go with my screen view right now on how it works. So we're going to start off with Dylan.
Oh, all right.
And so, yeah, and so that's going to be my my screen view on how you guys appear. So, Dylan,
Yep.
your first
Okay.
individual will be Bobby.
Okay.
So, as we previously talked about your relationship, you know, you kind of know Bobby because you've seen him at the dojo,
Yep.
and Bobby has come up to you and punched you in the nutsack
Dumbass.
on a dare. So, you know, in that situation,
Great relationship we have.
great relationship, right? So, would you say that that would be a known or unknown relationship? Maybe something unknown at that point.
I mean, it's an acquaintance. So I mean, I know of this kid. Obviously, he punched me nuts. But you know, he's sort of like I've seen him. He's a regular at this dojo. I'm also a regular at this dojo, so I know this kid. I've seen his parents.
Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's then roll known questions, because that, you know, you might still have some information on there. So go ahead and give me a D20.
Okay. I should have been like, I should have rolled that wrong. I put the R.
How do I do
in
it
front
again?
of the, I should have put the R in front of the forward slash.
No, former DM, you do not get to do that. Okay, so let's see here.
What I roll 7? Oh,
yeah. So this is an interesting one, and you might want to re-roll this.
Okay.
But here's something. What plan might you have with that character, with Bobby, that really excites you?
there's no freaking thing I'm excited about with this kid. Um,
Fucking creepy old man. Stay away from me.
You can re-roll it.
how old is Bobby?
10.
Bobby is 10.
Stay away from you, creepy old man.
That's what I'm
Boy,
saying.
oh boy,
do
do
you
I have
know?
a
Do you
plan
know
for you.
this?
No, let's roll that. Let's re-roll that one. I'm
Okay,
gonna,
re-roll it.
no matter what, I'll stick with this next one.
Ew.
17.
This better be better. That'd be hilarious.
Oh, this one. Okay, this one is kind of bizarre. What aspect of Bobby's personality do you try to use as a model for your own?
Oh, you know what? No, this is good. I love that he's a scrapper. Like he doesn't. He like totally punched me, and like he showed like zero like give a shit, and I love that, and that inspires me because I sort of want to be like that. Like I just don't give a shit. You know, that's pretty brave. I want to be brave like that.
It's
Very good.
inspired by a kid who likes to do dares.
I don't know that it was a dare, right? You just punched me in the nuts. one
Yeah,
day.
yeah. You don't really know that. It was just one of the other kids who's like,
But,
I dare you to punch that old
I mean,
man in the nuts.
after I gathered my senses, I was like, "Dang, that's some scrappy kid," and it like that's pretty brave, and I was impressed.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because Bobby, you know, the one thing that you kind of, you know, recall from that day probably is, you know, Bobby's a little bit on the bigger side. He's a stout kid. You know, and he was kind of always very like, you know, his hair was out of place. His karate gi, you know, the karate uniform that he wears is really kind of dirty, and really kind of like mucked up. And he, you know, he just kind of came up to you, and his sash was, you know, his belt was undone. And he just like punched you. And you know, you kind of just realize that this little kid that kind of seems like a little dorky blob of a kid had the tenacity to do that to you. So, okay, so that's good. So let's go ahead and roll. And that's interesting. So that's your positive. Now let's see something about your negative. So give me another D20. 3.
What do you fear about this kid?
So you have this admiration for Bobby because he has this tenacity, very like, I don't give a shit attitude. I'm going to do what I want to do. That's what you believe from his actions. But what would be one thing? So you kind of called a truce with him, right? You're like, I'm not going to fuck with this kid. He's kind of cool. We're just going to chill with this 10-year-old, just whatever. But what would he do to make you betray him or do something that would be betrayal towards him?
How are you going to betray me?
I think if this kid I think he probably has seen me. He probably caught me. I've seen him out of the corner of my eye. I'm a regular at Jeffrey's dojo, and this kid is also a regular at this dojo, and he's probably seen me in some deals by this dojo. And if this motherfucking kid ever rats me out, I'm gonna give him a punch right back in his nuts.
All right, Dylan, that's good. So definitely you got to, young or small, if a rat's a rat, right?
That's
I
right.
ain't no snitch.
Dylan is getting punched or Bobby's getting punched.
Snitches get stitches.
That's right.
What are your plans for me, creepy old man?
All right, so that's a relationship, Dylan and Bobby. So now going on to, now here's something that we also consider with Dylan and Veda. So Dylan and Veda know each other kind of remotely, supplier / dealer kind of relationship. So do you guys say that you know each other to really kind of be able to list positive and negative aspects, or is it more of like an unknown?
I think that I am trying to get to know Veda because she is uniquely interesting, and I'm a lover of people. Just try and I try my best to get on her good side without pushing too hard, and I think that I want to know her more. I probably don't. She seems kind of secretive, but like I am trying to be overly genuine and nice to her so that I can kind of get in her good graces.
Don't they say though that the like of a 19-year-old and like a woman postmenopausal, like that's like the sexual like peak perfection. So like maybe you just get it where you can get it.
Whoa. Deepening
I
that
don't know if I
relationship.
don't know if I look at Veda from like a sexual perspective, but like I definitely
like
find her.
If you could, you would.
I find her interesting for now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But like, would you hit it?
Well, she does have an awesome.
19.
She definitely has an accent that I'm attracted to, and I'm definitely trying to like get Boris to teach me interesting words so I can speak to Veda about it.
Yeah. So okay.
Okay, so in that case, do you think that you would have a positive and negative thought of her, or are you still kind of getting to know her? I would say getting to know her maybe more.
Yeah.
Okay. Because Veda, do you open up towards Dylan for him to actually know you, or are you kind of closed off because you respect the relationship of buyer and dealer?
I'm not interested in getting to know Dylan. I just want to keep it strictly like
shut down.
Professional.
It's only a matter of stringing a sentence that I learned from Boris to get in her good graces. This is my mind frame.
Yeah. Come on.
So
when was the last time you were touched? And I mean really touched, Veda. Come on.
How about I just kind of I'm interested. I like that Dylan gives me attention, but I pretend not to.
I don't think anything of it, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. So
I
in that
secretly
case,
like it.
Okay. So in that case, you guys are still going to have some kind of mystery to each other, and you're going to rule one question for don't know on Veda.
Okay. So that's another D20.
Yeah, 1d20. Got a 15. Oh, so with your vague knowledge or whatever you've collected from Veda interacting with Veda, why are so many of the townspeople in Hemlock Farms afraid of Veda?
Is this what I think?
Right.
Or
so
what
this
I
is
know?
This is what you know.
Ooh, I don't know if I know anything, right? Because she's so secretive.
Right. But
you know
see, what you think is what you know.
Here's what I know. One day, I was at her place and I was hooking her up with just some freebies, good shit that I had recently. I'd stop by and like it'd be good. And when she opened up her purse, she was insisting to pay. I was like, I'm gonna give this to you. You know, I just want to talk to you. And when she opened her purse, I saw this notebook in there. Interesting writings. It sort of like flipped open a little bit, and I saw a name in there.
So the famous notebook. Saw her notebook. And that name probably obviously caught your attention because you knew who that person was.
Yeah, and it was definitely a member of the Ho Association.
Okay. That makes sense.
Was like a name written and then crossed off?
It was just a name. I couldn't catch that much of a glimpse, but I think, and I'm pretty sure I know, she's got some notes on peeps.
Okay, so people are afraid of Veda because she probably has information on them that most of the time would be swept under the rug or just washed away with yesterday's sand. So she definitely doesn't forget a lot of things because of her note-taking ability.
I mean, she also has this strange body language, and I read body language all the time, and I could tell she's kind of like a watcher type. She watches people, so this definitely is. She's got notes on peeps.
Does she have maps too?
Oh, she did. Don't even get started with her purse and maps right now. That'll be later. So that's okay. Very good. Excellent. So let's go ahead and talk about the relationship between Jeffrey and Dillan. So Dillan, you know Jeffrey because you hang outside of his dojo. It's a good hotspot for your business and, kind of finding connections.
Right.
That's where Bobby went and socked you in the nuts and, you kind of gained this, admiration for this 10-year-old. But has Jeffrey ever come out and talked to you before, or do you know him, or is he more on, kind of, you guys just know each other because of your positioning?
Jeffrey's definitely approached me before about how he doesn't want me hanging out around his place.
Okay.
But he's kind of an easygoing dude, so he hasn't really been like an enforcer either.
I see. Okay.
And I probably take advantage of him a little bit.
Okay. So in that case, do you feel like you would have a unknown relationship or kind of that negative positive with him? Jeffrey, what about Jeffrey? How do you feel about Dillan Jeffrey?
I would say I try to shoo him off kind of to keep him away from all my students, because I know he tries to sell them stuff. But at the same time, I sometimes let him stay because I have hope that he might try karate.
Oh.
And so
turn my life around.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think this is another good relationship for the doesn't know, because you guys really don't cross paths besides that one interaction. So that would kind of create a more kind of a stable interaction of, get out of here, or get out of here, and you don't really do anything. So I definitely think, you can disagree if you'd like, but that's really kind of unknown. So
okay.
Would that make
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, because of that kind of repetition, you guys really haven't gotten to know each other. But definitely, he probably knows Bobby because Bobby came out and sucked him in the nuts, and he kind of has some, memory because he's even though as a 19-year-old, he still at some point would have seen Bobby as a younger kid, maybe going to school when he did go to school, because Dillan no longer goes to school. So for your relationship, go ahead and give me 1d20. Dillan, let's see. We got an 11. Oh. Okay. It's time for some dirt slinging time,
Oh,
Dillan,
shit.
about Jeffrey.
Oh, shit.
So Jeffrey's this cool dude, right? He has this dojo. He coaches kids, and he definitely, he definitely has a lot of public eyes on him. And the one thing is, you've heard a very bad thing about Jeffrey, and you can't believe it's true. What is it? I saw the cringe on your face.
Yeah.
Very good.
You know, is this something I heard or something I witnessed?
Well, this is one thing that you've simply heard,
Okay.
and you can't believe it's true. So, like, even though you might have like this disposition on Jeffrey, you're still like, you can't believe it's true, but you've heard it from a couple people.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
I've heard that Jeffrey has a very strange obsession with Sasquatch. And the obsession goes so far as life-size stuffed animals in closets.
Sasquatch erotica.
And at nighttime, when the blinds go down at the dojo,
Oh no.
the Sasquatches come out.
What the wild things are.
Beyond that, I don't know what happens, but you know, the mind goes many places with that, right?
Many places.
There's been a couple times when I tried to
Sasquatches.
catch the action. I've seen the blinds go down, and I've tried to like look in there, but I never want to get caught by the cops just hanging out at nighttime around his dojo.
So you're talking like the furries, some furry.
I mean, maybe.
Oh no.
No, it's too. We're in the 90s.
Sasquatch furry? Yeah.
That's too new.
You
That's too
don't
new.
think that was going on in the 90s?
Have you seen the John Oliver with the mouse art?
Oh.
That was 93.
Oh yes, with the mouse painting thing.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
God.
Ingrid, you've seen that with the mouse painting, John Oliver.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. All right. So
So he's a
interesting.
proto furry. Is what we get here.
Well, we don't know that there's any kind of erotica going on.
Right, right. We just know
it's
that
just
he
a weird
has.
It's a
obsession
rumor.
with
That's
Sasquatch.
what you heard.
Okay, interesting. All right. So that brings us to Boris. Now, you do know Boris.
Yeah.
You guys
my boy.
probably have, ran a couple of maybe jobs together, possibly. Boris is a little bit younger, but he definitely, has a little bit more of a heart in life that you kind of went to him to trust him with his skills and abilities, and some possibly criminal activity. So let's go ahead and.
Is that a racist assumption?
I mean, it might have been, not necessarily. It's just Boris's backstory. He definitely he has a little bit of a knack with stealing, concealing, and storing items that shouldn't necessarily be housed. And as
He's
a 14-year-old who
he's-
enjoys
he's
drinking,
probably definitely. I'm
Got
the
sticky
kind of guy
fingers.
who's very resourceful and can get things.
Right.
Boris maybe
So-
was probably one of the guys I got some things from.
correct, and that's where your path is crossed. So let's go ahead and roll a d20 for a positive and negative aspect.
All right.
So give me a d20. Okay, so good, you didn't roll 5. Let's take a look what 5 is.
Boris.
Oh, this is very appropriate for your relationship. Why do you care more about Boris than you care about yourself?
Ooh.
Or than they care about you? So why do you care more about Boris than Boris cares about you?
Oh, well, it's okay. While Boris is young, he's a lot younger than I am. He has certain traits that are, he's a resource for me. So that relationship is very important for me to keep, not only because I definitely keep a lot of our relationships very tight. I try and be tight with everybody, but he's a supplier in some ways. We supply each other, I get him things, he gets me things, but he has well, obviously I'm trying to get in closer with Veda, and he's my only Eastern Bloc kind of contact. There's not a lot of people in this town like that, and so I'm getting a lot of good information, at least from a 19-year-old's perspective. Like how to say douchebag in Russian is very interesting to me.
Okay. Yeah.
So, like, I definitely appreciate his relationship, and I think it's definitely more than he needs me.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good relationship there. So now let's roll a negative aspect.
I'll fuck you up, Boris. Oh no!
Ooh.
I don't know what a 1 is in this game.
Wow.
Oh my god. So even though you care more for Boris than Boris might care about you, what is something that Boris did to you in the past that you still resent him for?
What a jerk.
He totally fucking narked on me to his dad, which was a fucking
Oh.
dick move.
Okay.
Because
So
he was
Boris,
trying to get out of trouble for something, so he blamed me for doing it.
Nice.
Is that in line with your character, Boris?
It's not actually.
It's not?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not. I'm loyal to my friends.
Oh.
Mhm.
Okay. Well.
So, he might have narked, but maybe was it an accident, possibly?
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe it was an accident.
Maybe
where
I had to, even though I'm loyal, I had to.
He was in a pinch, and he knew that the
Yeah.
consequences of him narking was less for you than it was going to be for him or you guys as a whole. So he took the lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
So he accidentally narked, because his dad probably didn't care that it was you. So he had to kind of place it on you. But now you feel that, maybe do you feel that Boris's family, dislikes you because of that?
Oh, definitely. Well, I can't meet up with Boris near his house now because his dad's always eyeballing me.
Okay.
Just
So
kind
he
of a pain in the
accidentally narked
ass
on you.
because
Yeah.
he's 11 and he can't just go out.
14.
I'm sorry, he's 14 and he can't just go out anywhere he wants
Excuse me,
to.
I'm 14. Yeah.
Dillan, an accident. Okay. So one, that you don't like that because you can't meet up with him, but how did that make you feel personally? Like, irregardless that it was his father and his family they didn't narc to, did that kind of make you diminish the trust a little bit between you and Boris? And what long-standing effect, other than not being able to meet him outside his house?
Yeah, so I definitely have like a tinge of like distrust, but again, back to I need him more than he needs me. So I still foster that relationship. Even though I have a little bit of distrust, but I need him.
But still needs relationship. Okay. All right. Very cool. So I think we decided that Annika, you probably see him because he hangs outside. So I think your relationship's kind of unknown at this part. So roll me a d20 for Annika. And this is going to be a question on you don't know Annika.
Okay.
Okay, got a 4. I got to say, I'm surprised you have not rolled a duplicate number yet. Let's see. Oh, so what charming habit is Annika known for throughout the town? What is that one thing that maybe kind of annoys you, but it's very charming that Annika does?
Jesus, ooh, a lot.
What does Annika do?
I read.
Nice.
That's
Gosh,
it.
that's
all
really
she
hard.
does.
I read and I know things.
Yeah, I'm like Spock, just whatever.
She's a nerd girl. Just keep that in mind.
Can maybe one of the charming things that I see her do is getting on with the elders. I see her like in public spots, restaurants, whatever, and she like sits with the adults like she's one of them.
Very appropriate.
And she's like very respectful, maybe too.
Yeah, and maybe like how they describe people like old soul. They have old soul, maybe like something like that. Like she just gets on with old people, and I find that charming.
Yeah.
Okay, find that Charlie. Very good, and I think that does align with Annika's character. Correct, Annika? That you're kind of more older for your age and can connect and relate with, older people and adults.
Yeah, I'm really advanced for my age.
Yeah, very good. All
You're,
right,
you're so
excellent.
magnet.
What?
You're so magnet.
What does that mean?
Magnet school, magnet kid.
You mean cram school from like Japan?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
because that's
We totally
Like
talked
magnet.
about that for the. Nice.
They're charter schools, I guess. No, they're like they have a focus, like
Mm,
STEM or I don't know.
yeah. So not necessarily a magnet. Yeah, charter
nerd.
school, but I was gonna say she definitely is more in like the AP advanced courses and whatnot. So I definitely think that completely aligns with Annika's character. So that brings us to your last relationship, which is going to be possibly a known or unknown one with Danni. I know that you kind of try to charm her a little bit, spit some game, kind of fell flat on your face there. But would you say that you really got to know her, or
No.
is this kind of like she might have got to know you more rather than that. So that's possible too. So
Definitely unknown.
unknown.
No,
Okay.
I think he like hit on me once. I thought it was sweet. But I'm kind of weary of him too because he's just like hanging out at the dojo. I'm very protective of my son,
Mhm.
and then I have seen him a couple of times, leaving my neighbor's house, and like I really like my neighbor.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you guys were neighbors.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I'm like,
Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
So
Okay.
it was sweet that he hit on me. And I do think he's like a cute boy, but I'm weary of him. So no, we're not tight.
Okay. So going to roll a d20, Dylan. We got a 6.
No repeats. Look at that.
Oh, let's go and re-roll that one
Uh-oh.
because she's because Danni is new to the town, and this is asking why is her family so important to the town, which she wouldn't technically have any family.
Oh, we got our first repeat.
That was on a known though, wasn't it? Yeah. So here you go. This is absolutely fantastic. What do you hope, Dylan, to learn about Danni to manipulate her?
Oh. That's interesting. So, what do I hope to learn about her?
What do you want to know?
I want to know. Well, she's new, right? And I've only ever seen her with her kid, but I've never seen a husband with.
So getting a little fresh there, huh?
No. But
Okay.
she's probably a loner. I kind of want to learn. I want to learn more about. she needs a friend for sure, and I'm that guy. I
Mhm.
could be your friend, and I want to learn, what what she needs, because I'm a resourceful person. I can get whatever it is she needs, and as what I assume, because I haven't seen a husband, she's a single mom. She's got needs.
Don't
You
trust
took
him.
it to another level. I was not even going there, by the
Oh my
way.
god.
Oh boy.
also gonna say-
What she needs.
Neighbors. He's
All
gonna go to your
right.
house and then he's gonna pop over to mine.
Okay. So
Hit me.
excellent.
Keep going.
Excellent.
Keep trying.
All
He's
right.
19 after all.
So let's go ahead and continue with my screen here order. And Bobby, you're up. Let's do some relationships here.
Bobby.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and start with Dylan. We know that you know him based on the fact that, you punched him in the nuts and he hangs out at your dojo. You probably have like conversations because he admires you to a certain point. So he's not going to treat you like he does all the other kids. So let's go and give me a D20, Bobby. Yeah. So one thing is, you're kind of you're a child, so you kind of have these bonds and relationships that you build with people that you feel are kind of unbreakable for whatever reason. I want to know why. What is that? What particularly is it with Dylan that you have a bond with that you feel like can never be broken?
A bot.
Fist
I really don't.
to nuts.
He took the nut shot pretty well. He didn't get it mad. So I got a little respect for him. How's that?
That's great. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of a, one of those things of like pain, you gave the pain and you kind of accepted it full reception there. And, he didn't get mad at you. So you're like, hey, that was kind of cool. He might've scared you because he yelled at you, but yeah.
He didn't scare me. He's just some creepy old dude. I can outrun him.
I ain't scared.
Well, I feel like too, Sean, you were probably that 14-year-old or 10-year-old punching people in the nuts at one time too. You know what I mean?
Every neighborhood has one of those.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I've taken a nut at least a million times.
The town nut puncher.
So, and I might have done the same.
Dylan,
The town nut puncher.
Dylan was definitely a nut puncher here and there.
So yeah, so you guys have like
Or-
kind of a brotherly
I'll get the
bond
character.
because of that. I that's very appropriate. Let's go and roll another D20 for a character negative.
I was gonna add serial nut puncher.
So even though Bobby, even though you're a child, you kind of still take a look at Dylan and you see kind of some of his day in and day out suffering or difficulties, or maybe just things that he does. What do you need to take from Dylan for his own good?
What do I need to take from him for his own good?
Oh, shit.
Take like as in physical possession from him?
It could be maybe take something mental that maybe you realize about him. Maybe something like maybe the burden of him not having any friends.
Oh,
really.
what is my take of him? Is what you're saying?
No. What do you need to take from him? Because it could be something like it could be physical or it could be abstract. Because you could be the person that maybe you need to take his daily, aggravation. That would be something abstract.
I take his daily creepy presence around the dojo because I know he has nowhere else better to go.
Oh, he accepts you, Dylan, because you have no other place to go.
Like he just hangs out there because he's got nowhere to go. He
I
doesn't have a
feel like
home.
I feel like you would kind of think he was cool. Come on, how old are you?
I'm
You would
10.
think
He's creepy.
You're 10. He's got like cool, like, I don't know. At 10, you're not thinking about that.
Rochelle,
Like
my character. I determine how it feels.
Okay. That's
you.
fair. That's fine. That's fair.
Presence for Dylan's I mean, that aligns with Dylan's kind of need for presence at that same point. So that's why I'm not going to argue against that, because I feel like that is something that Dylan would really, Jeffrey comes out and he's like this big dickhole who's like, "Get out of here. Bow to your sensei." And, and then Bobby's, yeah, and Bobby's just like, "Oh, hey, Dylan, what's up?" And it makes Dylan feel accepted, or at least that he's okay to be there. So I don't know, Dylan, how do you feel about that?
I'm all right with that. Deal with
Okay.
this.
Excellent. All right. So that brings us to
I'm a little
Bobby.
slow on the pickup, but I just realized, is Bobby because of bobbins?
No,
Of
actually,
course.
It's
but
not.
that's good. That's close. But yeah, no.
Okay. I'm just like, because okay. I'm like, what the
Deep
Bobby was
down.
just a kid's name that popped in my head, probably because, damn it, Bobby.
Mhm.
Deep down, John's always wanted to be a Robert or a Bobby.
Oh, Robert. So
Or he's just a
Veda
dick, right?
and-
Because
that's Richard.
That's
Oh,
Richard.
I thought that you're right. That is Richard.
Yeah, you don't have to be such a dick, Bobby. What does that mean?
My grandpa's name is Rich or Richard, and the only person that ever called him Dick was his first ex-wife.
Nice. So Veda and Bobby's relationship. So Bobby, you cross, this lawn pretty much when you're walking from home, or maybe going to the bus stop. Maybe the bus stop's even outside of Veda's home, the street corner. So in that case, have you ever taken the time to sit down and get to know Veda, or is this an unknown relationship where you just see her kind of claw out from the sheer curtains that she has and then claw back?
I mostly know Veda from just seeing her as I run across her lawn and her looking. We've had brief interactions, but nothing deep.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and say this is like an unknowing relationship.
Mhm.
Go ahead and give us the 1d20. Got a number 2.
Ooh.
So this is kind of similar to, a question that we had Dylan answer, but for Bobby, why do some members of the town seek Veda? Why do they go to Veda in, some members of the town?
Because she knows things. She's observant and smart.
So these townspeople that go, is it usually like a specific type of people that goes to her, or, or do you notice anything about those people that go to Veda?
It's usually people who are devoted, who aren't involved with the HHOS or the clubhouse, or resent them.
Okay.
Because she's an outsider and a good, useful one. So.
She knows. No hose.
No hose.
All right, excellent. So that brings us to Jeffrey. So I'm going to say you probably know Jeffrey a little bit more than your average adult, because you hang out at the JoJo. You know Jeffrey. He's your sensei.
Mm-hmm.
He, trains you, and, you probably confide with him a couple of times. So we're going to roll 2d20. Go ahead and give me 1d20 for that relationship.
First 1d20 is 15.
15. Okay. So this is something that's kind of interesting. So he's your mentor of sorts, and he probably tries to find means to connect with you as that mentor in that position. What is one thing that you and Jeffrey have a mutual weird love of? That goddamn Sasquatch.
Yes.
Totally Sasquatch. We talk about Sasquatches all day long.
Jeffrey. Bobby.
I'm a believer of the Sasquatch.
Of Sasquatch. All right. So let's go and roll one more d20. It's
8.
an 8. Let's see. Oh,
Oh.
this is not necessarily a negative portion, but it is something of a negative memory for Bobby.
Uh-oh.
So what role did Jeffrey play in what you're at, what you feel as a 10-year-old was the worst day in your life?
What role?
What role did he play in that whole situation? Did he, was he the reason for it? Was he maybe a confidant?
So the worst day of my life was when what did I say about my height thing? 1 second. Let me read something.
Mhm. I think you went with average height on that one.
No, fear.
Oh, your fear, yeah.
The worst day of my life was when I was dared to crawl up the edge of a cliff face, and I fell. Jeffrey was the one who found me and helped me get to the hospital.
Hmm. Okay, after his fall from a dare. All right, excellent. So that was the worst day. And did you break anything that day?
Yeah, I broke my arm. I'm fine
Okay.
now.
I was about to put it in the first person sentence there. That's weird. Let's see. Excellent. So let's move on to Boris. So Bobby, I don't know if you would know Boris as well as you know Dillan per se. Or do you know Bobby and Boris? Do you know a relationship there?
I've seen him around Dillan, but that's about it.
Okay.
I
So
don't really know him.
Let's go and roll 1d20 for that.
He talks weird, that's all I know. Why is the up arrow not working here? There we go. 19.
19. Very good roll, Bobby. So what scandal in the town was Boris involved with?
Ooh.
Oh.
Hey.
Boris was caught shoplifting from a store.
Yes.
And it's not a very common thing in this town because, well, people here are pretty wealthy.
Yes.
So the rumor got around.
Sorry, Boris. That was probably asked you to do that.
Shoplifting. And this is, yeah, so I would say that this is something isn't common here. Do you know what he was shoplifting for?
Magic cards.
We'll put MTGC. All right. Next relationship is, I think this is one that you know.
Annika?
Yeah, Annika, absolutely. So
Oh, yeah.
you guys are classmates, most likely. Probably a little bit of rivals, potentially. You guys are kind of a little bit more on the
Nope, we're friends.
kind of competitive side, maybe with your kind of interest in being a boy. and
She's slightly
adventurous.
smarter than me, but I'm way braver than her.
That is true. Yes. So in that relationship, we're going to go and roll 2.
She the one that dared you to punch
questions.
me in the nuts? So I gotta know.
Maybe. I didn't reveal that information to you.
No, you didn't.
You want me to roll the d20?
Yep. Let's see.
8. Another 8.
Get an 8. Let's see.
Those stupid quantum waves.
Oh, this one is super fun for you kids. What is a private nickname that you call Annika and why?
I call her Brainiac
Hmm.
because she always seems to know the answer to everything.
Okay. Let's see. Let's go and roll another d20. Ooh.
The quantum waves are repeating,
Mhm.
Sean.
Let's go in and re-roll that.
Yeah, they are. 8 again. Oh, you crits!
Ooh.
Do you get crits in this game? I doubt.
I mean, I feel like this is pretty much a crit here because this is pretty hard hitting for this 11 and 10-year-old here.
Okay. What's the
So that's
question?
pretty close. then.
How
Is that
did
what
the
that-
character Annika betray you the last time you confided in Annika?
Oh.
Confided.
Hmm.
Uh,
I didn't want him to know I farted in the bathroom.
How old is Annika again?
They are 1 year apart. So Bobby is 10 and Annika is 11.
Okay, that's where I got
But
the
that
11.
doesn't. They could still be in the same grade. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
yeah, that's pretty close. We could be in the same grade. How did she? Oh, I know. I told her about my first boner, and she laughed and told everybody.
Ah.
How would you tell her that?
That's so embarrassing. I mean, like that would be devastating to a young
Uh-huh.
ballet boy.
Annika, you snitch.
Oh, wow.
Such a betrayer.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
That's heavy. Heavy,
That's,
man.
I don't even, jeez, kids' problems.
Yeah, right.
Oof.
And she just wants to be funny and fit in. And she's like, I've got this story, and I bet my peers will think it's funny and finally like me.
I think Annika actually
We got
kind
a
of
boner.
maybe did it more in error because Annika is very medical savvy. So she was probably trying to explain the phenomenon to some people, and it just kind of outed Bobby.
He's only
about
10
having
years
an
old and he
erection.
already
No,
got
no,
a
no.
boner.
No.
He must be going through
I think-
puberty.
I think it's more like she didn't realize how embarrassing it would be,
Mhm.
and she
Avery,
told
what's
everybody
the
because it was funny.
scientific name
Oh my
for
god.
boner?
Agreed.
What's the
Funny,
scientific
and she
name
told
for
everybody,
boner?
and she didn't realize how embarrassing it
What's
would
the
be.
what?
What's like the scientific Latin name for boner? Is it like erectile stifficus or like what is
Erectus,
it?
Eracticus.
You're gonna have to Google that one.
I mean, I feel like that's just like going into like HP spells.
Yeah. So
Uh.
she's like, she uses the Latin name for boner. And she was like, don't you know? When explaining it.
Very,
man.
very interesting. Definitely I could see kids kind of talking about that, and one kid talking about it, not necessarily knowing how embarrassing it is. Yeah. So very good. I could see why you confided and kind of betrayed you on that one. So
horrible.
so
I'm a
that-
little confused as to, why you thought to share it, but you know what, you did. So
Because she's a good friend.
yeah.
she's a good
yeah.
friend.
So, so the
My
last
penis
relationship
got
for
hard,
Bobby is between Danni and Bobby. So, Bobby, I know that you know Danni because you frequent maybe the emergency room. But would you say that you know Danni, or is it she knew that you it's an unknown relationship?
I would say this is more of an unknown relationship. I probably know her kid better because he's in my karate classes.
Mhm.
But I know her. Like I know you, but I don't like you're an adult, so we're not gonna be
When-
friends.
Yeah, so when we do my turn,
Mhm.
do I say how I feel about him, or do we do this now?
No, it's
You could possibly do it now, but then on your turn, you might actually know Bobby more. But
Yeah.
remember, a lot of those questions are more experience based if you know the character. So if you can't draw an experience, you're not going to fare well with the questions.
Right. I mean, like, I feel like I've taken an interest in him. He's been in a lot. I've had to treat him a lot. I'm kind of worried about him. And I've definitely looked into his files and like,
right.
about
With
him.
kids and adults, the relationship can be one way. Like you might know me better than I know you because I don't care
Yeah.
about you. You're an adult. You're not my
I
world.
think
Other
would
than
think
you're
like I was
a
the nice
person.
nurse. Like I was like a
Sure.
nice nurse, and you
But
see me at the dojo.
that's not an involved relationship. That's more of an unknown relationship than an involved relationship. Like I don't have
Okay.
like I know Annika because we talk, right?
Mhm.
We're kids.
Right.
But I'm not gonna
I
like
would think.
the mother of the young boy that I like am in karate class with. I'm gonna know Levi more than you.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying though, like when you have been at the hospital and I've had to treat you like, you know, I've talked to you, I've tried to like engage and find out information
Oh.
from you.
Okay.
And I'm very nice. I've taken an interest. I'm very, very nice to you.
All right,
So
we
I
can
am
do
like a
a-
nice person.
We can do a full blown relationship. I know how my questions will be answered.
It doesn't have to be full blown at all. Like I think you might think I'm just a nice nurse. I'm just a nice nurse lady.
Okay.
But I've taken an interest in you for sure. Like I'm worried about you.
Was that where you got your first boner? Was with the nurse?
Oh.
So I was
that open.
so Annika, I was with Levi's mom.
And Annika's like, that's weird.
What? With Levi's mom? Levi, do you know that?
Oh boy. So let's go to for you, Bobby. Let's roll 1d20, and we're gonna give you a question that you don't know.
16.
Danny here. Let's see. Oh, as far as your knowledge, Bobby, this will be interesting. What terrible loss did Danny suffer?
Terrible loss.
Terrible loss. Would
Did
that
you
be
cover why you're a single mom? What was the reason why you're a single mom?
I don't think you would know that.
No, but I'm asking her if she's already got that in her character. Do you have a backstory why you're a single mom?
Yes, but I have not divulged.
right?
Oh, okay. So you've already got that planned.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking.
It's
Her.
not planned. It's just private. It's not like a plan. It's just
Yeah,
private.
but if you already got planned, I don't want to trample on it. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
There's not a plan. It's just
Well,
private.
he's just saying I don't want to
if you
say
feel-
she's this because
Yeah.
Yeah,
if
because
you feel-
I could set this in stone. Like it could be like your husband
Yeah.
died of brain cancer.
right.
Oh,
So
don't do that.
let's
Yeah,
go ahead
exactly.
and let's
I'm going to
re-roll it.
say the terrible loss I know about is that she had a dog that had been with her since she was a teenager. It was an old dog, and then it died.
Did I tell you about that? Like, oh, I had a dog named.
Yeah, you buy
Yeah,
one.
yeah, like trying to bond with you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, that makes sense because that might be something that maybe wasn't as impactful, but to Bobby, it seems like it was, very impactful
It's a
to
serious thing.
great
Yeah.
suffer. Yeah. Okay. Now, did the dog pass away or just ran away?
It passed away.
Okay. Gotta put in parentheses, died on my notes. Okay. So thank you, Bobby, for that. Oh no, we're missing a Veda.
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 Vega.
Oh,
Right.
Oh.
That's like Vega, right? Vega. Was that Vega from Street Fighter?
Wait, Street Fighter is Soul Calibur.
Vega is
Street Fighter. Yeah. Soul Calibur was
the creepy mask dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Veda. Ready to build some relationships?
Sure.
So we know that Dillan's an unknown kind of person. So we're gonna go ahead and roll 1d20 for Dillan.
did you? Oh,
A number 2.
I like to note that Veda rolled the 1d20 correctly the first time without asking.
oh.
I gotta applaud.
Advancement.
I gotta applaud, but I have to have you re-roll again. Go and hit that up arrow key and re-roll. He actually answered this question about you. Okay.
Okay.
So 10.
Oh.
Ooh. Call a fast food restaurant because it's getting spicy.
Oh.
So, your question about Dillan, Veda. I want to know, how far would you go to get to know Dillan and why?
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
Mm,
She's gonna be like, I don't give a.
yeah, pretty much. I was just gonna say like, it's not
not
really
far
worth
at
my
all.
time.
He's
No.
just a drug dealer.
Yeah.
I am more than that. And Veda knows. He's been writing notes.
Okay, so maybe okay, so maybe you have a low regard for Dillan to really get to know him, but you're really more curious of, he looks a little young, so you're like, what is this youngster doing all by himself? And maybe that's why you want to get to know, because you're more approaching it from like a protective sense.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I would say that.
All right.
What are you willing to do, Veda? Know me deeper.
Alone at a young age.
This
Yeah.
is getting out of control, Sean. What? You guys missed my reaction.
An young age.
I was muted.
Okay.
You're
So
getting nasty.
maybe this is why you call them for like random necessities. Like, it's not things that normally you could be like, oh, I gotta go buy this somewhere else, but maybe that's why you call them like a little bit more additionally, and that's why you do that. It's because you want to kind of get more information.
Okay.
And I know a lot of people, so I mean, I'm a good source.
Yeah.
You're one of those people that I bet like older people they see and they just go, ugh, he doesn't have ears.
Yeah, and you're
You
in
know,
you're in
you're
the
like
bad part of the notebook, Dillan.
I'm in the bad
Yeah.
part. I feel like
Just kidding.
I feel like you would probably try and use me to get infos on peeps, because I have.
Yeah, I think
what I
that would makes more sense.
I
would
know
be like
I know a lot of
my
people,
information
and
source.
I feel like you'd probably try and use me to get that info
Yeah.
by being nice to me, jerk.
Yeah, I think I would do that.
And, you know, she gets a little flirt on the side.
Oh, sure. Just enough to keep Dillan coming around.
Keep
I'm
them
telling
thirsty,
you though,
boys.
I'm telling you though, that 19 and that 50, that it's magic.
All right. Don't go give Jeffrey any ideas. So,
What's the
Bobby.
Mrs. Robinson?
So Bobby, you know Bobby because he walks across your lawn. It might infuriate you. It might just be okay. You know, you kind of do your little, child pizza palace place, animatronic, curtain pool. Take a look. You know, write down in a notebook.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and say you probably don't know Bobby, but you know of him.
Everybody knows of Bobby.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and give me a D20 for unknown question. Let's see, have we done this? So based on what you know about Bobby, how is Bobby different from the rest of his family?
My dad's an engineer and my mother is a statistician.
He's a sloppy kid.
Okay.
I think I have a brother too.
Well, maybe he's like, let's see. Well, I probably would be concerned about him if I saw him always dirty. But I would wonder if he's kind of like an Albert Einstein kind of kid, like where he knows more things than, but he doesn't have time to like brush his hair or something like that.
Okay. That's good, because maybe you notice that his family is maybe a little bit more upkept and a little bit more professional looking, and Bobby's kind of like this kid, and you're kind of thinking, well, surely the brains runs in the family, but
yeah, like maybe he's like
different.
an absent-minded professor kid.
Okay.
I don't know.
Some parents. Yeah, because he is a messy kid. Like that is like a characteristic that he's known for.
You like
Yeah.
big pen, like dust ball?
More of like I don't what Bobby. What I don't know. What do you what kind of stains do you normally have on your shirt?
He's slovenly. His shirt's always untucked. His hair is always messy, and his shirts are usually stained.
Like ketchup stains and shit, or
Yeah,
dirt
like
stains?
he doesn't get like he doesn't like well dirt
Nosebleeds.
stains. Yes, especially in nosebleeds and shit. Like he just doesn't care.
You know, like he got
He's like,
tots in his
I was told to
pockets.
put a shirt on, so I have a shirt on. But other than
Obviously,
that-
his parents don't care either because they just let him go out like that.
well, his parents are both working all the time. And
Oh.
his older brother
Nasty.
has a girlfriend, and that's all his older brother cares about.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh.
So he doesn't really, have supervision.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to Jeffrey. So you know Jeffrey because his
You're back.
dojo's next to the coffee shop. So I think you don't really know Jeffrey all that much. You might have your notes on him, but definitely not to the point where you might have like memories with him. So let's go ahead and roll 1d20 for unknown.
Okay.
$15. So this is a new one for Jeffrey. So why are the townspeople, Veda, why are the townspeople afraid of Jeffrey?
Hmm.
The black belt. He's a mofo.
They saw his commercial.
Sasquatch.
Well, let's see. Well, yeah, maybe because he's kind of weird with the Sasquatch stuff. And
Being obsessed with Sasquatch doesn't sit well with others.
yeah, maybe it's just like a little odd.
And maybe there's not like a lot of eligible young bachelors around here. He won't date any of the ladies, and you're like, what's wrong with him? Maybe he's
Mhm.
no, but I'm just kidding.
Is Jeffrey white dude, black dude, other?
I'd say he's white.
Okay.
Being Sasquatch obsessed. Unsavory. I could see the H-hos finding that an unsavory obsession,
Definitely.
bringing in that weirdness, keep it weird.
There's
Keep
no
it-
Sasquatch in Hemlock Farms.
Mm-mm. All right, so let's continue on with Boris. So
Boris.
Boris is a accomplice or partner with Dillan. You maybe see him on a couple runs. He's kind of standing on the edge of the sidewalk while Dillan's delivering your goods.
Yeah.
So do you know Boris because of that family relation? Because you're a distant relative. Maybe you know Boris maybe as like a younger version of Boris, and maybe not the Boris now, but you have the memories of the younger Boris.
Yeah, I'll say that like I'm distant cousins, but because he doesn't have a good like family situation. Like the father probably doesn't realize that we're related, but I know, but they don't realize that.
Okay, I like it. So we're going to go ahead and give Boris 2 questions for that relationship.
Oh,
And so we're going to go ahead and roll the first one.
Can you say your last name, Boris?
Oh, it's not his last name yet. We got to
Oh.
decide that after. That's his middle name.
Oh, can you say your middle name, Boris? You know it? You're muted. You gotta do it 3 times fast also.
Sorry, yeah. Hold on. Give me a second.
No, you're not allowed to read it. You just have to know it.
Volodymyrovich. Volodymyrovich. Yeah.
what?
Volodymyrovich.
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 And that's his middle name. And I think it's because it's his mother's name, but his father's name is Pawlikowski.
Pawlikowski.
That's his last name. No, so it's based off of a character from the Goldfinch.
Yeah.
Mm.
Right. So was that 15 your new role or was that your old role?
I think that was
an
our old roll.
wasn't it?
Old roll.
Yeah, that was. It's going to give me
Old.
another D20.
Okay.
I know, roll
Oh.
more D20s.
3.
Get deep.
Okay. So this is very appropriate for the relationship dynamic that you have with Boris. So what great kindness do you remember Boris for that Boris doesn't even really remember himself, but you do?
Let's say it was like a family reunion, but it was like a big like a banquet hall type of thing. And we're like Eastern European, so it's very fancy. Not like an American picnic or whatever.
No.
There was like circle dancing, and there was Boris was a very small boy, and his father got drunk and started fighting with some of the other adult men in the family after drinking too much vodka. And I saw him comforting another one of the children like underneath like a table at the banquet hall. And I thought that was very sweet and kind.
Nice. Perfect.
Oh, you're digging into Boris's
in character
story. You don't even know you're doing it. Love it.
Is he a little psychopath?
Excellent. Yeah, I got to agree with that. That's really excellent, Veda. So let's go to roll one more D20 for Boris.
14.
14. Oh, now we're going to kind of completely flip the coin on this one. Okay, so yeah, so if Boris were to ever kind of affront you, what would Boris have to do in order to get you to forgive them? Because like his ins and outs, and you know when he's gonna, you're gonna be able to call bullshit on Boris. So what is that one genuine thing that he would have to do essentially to allow you to open up to forgive him?
So what am I forgiving him for?
It's just in general. What would he have to do? I mean, is this something that maybe you're light on him? Maybe you forgive him for anything, but then maybe
I think I'd be kind of a softie for him because I had that, I saw that side of him, the good side of him when he was small. So I think if you like, I would feel that, if he did anything that was, immoral or bad, I would feel that, it's because of his environmental situation. And, if I saw that he had remorse or regret, I would take that as like he was really remorseful or whatever. So I think I could forgive him.
Excellent. Great. All right. So that covers Boris's questions. Now, I think you relatively know Annika. Now, do you maybe know Annika a little bit more because maybe more of a connection because she is able to talk to you, or do you feel like she's still kind of unknown because she's so busy with this and that? What's your relationship with Annika?
I see myself in Annika, because she's very book smart and she's you know, very intelligent, and I appreciate that. So I think I could see myself, Veda, kind of being like a mentor to her.
Ooh.
Okay.
How do you know
So
her? Did I
with-
miss it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, so yeah, so how do you know, I mean, is it maybe because of your shared interest for education? Like, do you guys go to like maybe some library programs together? Those are kind of, you know, big back in the day. Traveling presentations that she was maybe at, and you kind of caught this glimpse of this little child that was kind of there, and kind of sat down and had some time to sit with her, because, you know, with Annika's parents being, you know, some big law firm owners, they really aren't around. So that gives Annika a lot of freedom as a young child to kind of roam around the small town of Hemlock Farms. And so, you know, would you say that you guys maybe have sat down and actually spent some quality time at those types of things?
Maybe not one-on-one, but maybe maybe like I spent some time as, you know, a former NASA employee. I was on the advisory committee to their school, and in part of the young children in STEM, I helped coordinate some activities, and I really saw a lot of potential in her. So
Okay. So yeah, so you know, we're more on the academic side. So we'll go ahead and roll one question for that one.
so 20.
Got a 15. Let's go to re-roll. 15's a popular question today.
Reroll.
Yeah, let's re-roll there.
Okay. 2.
That's a popular one too. Let's go to re-roll again. Apologize.
Okay. 4.
4. We already got that one. Damn it. That one's already been answered about Annika. Let's do one more, and if not, we'll stick with 2.
8.
Ocho.
I feel like an
What
8
the
isn't
heck?
uncommon.
No, 8 is common. She answered that question about, or somebody
rolled
answered that
like
question
2
about
8s.
bobbing.
Mm.
Yeah. So
I think
Bobby.
I'm just like towards the end, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's roll again. I think it's because like those questions have been asked between either a relationship that they answered about you, so that I don't want to like repeat the questions. Yeah. 17 doesn't really fit because you don't want to. I mean, do you kind of want to learn something about Annika to manipulate her?
I think that would be your MO, like to know things about people, to write in your notebook.
Yeah, probably.
So what would you want to learn about her to manipulate, or to, you know, manipulate her? And
Manipulation doesn't always have to be bad, right?
no, it could be, I guess, forced
I guess to know what
subliminal
her
suggestion.
motivations are. I guess like her goals and aspirations, and I don't know, maybe something like that.
Maybe this is, you want to know her goals and aspirations because you kind of feel like you're recruiting for your own field. So you want her to go to engineering, but you kind of notice that she's leaning towards the bio. So you're kind of more of like, no, you should look into engineering and not so much biology. So maybe that's where you want to manipulate her too, is to join your thought process.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's see. Now brings us to our last character that Veda will have a relationship with, and that is Danny. You guys are neighbors.
Yeah. Can
do
you hear me?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you take the opportunity to get to know your neighbors or just observe?
Yeah, because I know that she's a single mom and she's in school and like are trying to finish up her clinical time. So I offered to help, with her, like watch her young boy. But I mean, I'm not the kind of person that's gonna sit on the floor and like play games with him. I'm gonna probably be more like, we're gonna do what I want to do, or we'll go to the library together, but I'm not gonna read you a puppet book. You're gonna do your thing and I'm gonna do my thing, or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So would you say that you with her short time here, would you have like memories with her?
It's so hard because like I've created my whole I created a whole thing and then
Yeah, that's
Yeah. So, well, I'm trying to think because so she's like working at the hospital.
I feel like we probably
I think we would probably talk about, well, maybe because would her kid go to the school where I'm like an advisory?
Yeah. If you know Annika, you'll probably know her child. So
Okay. So so maybe because like we have a lot of conversations with like some of the other people at the school. So we have that connection together. Also being, neighbors and in the same neighborhood, knowing what the gossip on the street is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like we probably kind of gossip together a little bit. You've since moving here, you're really the only person I'm friends with so far.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and we'll roll the 2 questions for that. So for a character you know. So go ahead and give me a D20.
So 2.
Okay.
You've definitely warned me about them hoes.
So
yeah.
What do you admire about Danny, but you would never tell them? You'd never tell Danny that you admire this about her.
I think I would probably admire how she is such a good mom and doing it on her own, and I never had children. So that's a part of my life that I didn't really look into or experience in my life. So but I would never tell her that because I would probably put up like a hard front, and I'd probably be more judgy toward her and tell her you're doing this, you should do things this way. But inside I'd be like, oh, she's really, really good.
Mama Veda knows best.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and roll another D20. It's very valid for that relationship. An 8. So let's go to roll again. I don't think that you guys are that deep so that she would know what was the worst day in your life.
I was going to suggest you've made me some brownies, and we've had some deep talks.
So what is one thing that Danny does that immediately makes you lose your temper?
Ooh.
Probably because she's always late for stuff.
What are you gonna do?
accurate.
I mean, I am who I am.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be role playing here. It's not supposed to be true to life.
Oh my God.
Like what did you say
It's a
earlier? There's always
mediation. It's a
yourself,
mediation.
yourself and your characters. Okay, so yeah, being a single parent, being doing her clinicals, having probably to travel to the hospital. She might be late, and so maybe a couple times that you're like, I'm ready for bed. She wasn't there to pick up her kids quite yet, and that really just kind of it just doesn't sit well with you because you feel like somebody in her shoes should have a lot more control. Because if you were a mother, Veda, you wouldn't have that issue.
Yeah.
So
Not
great,
you,
I mean,
Veda.
great relationships.
She
Judge
seems
her.
like she'd be like really busy, working and, doing school and working and mom stuff. And I probably just don't have any concept to that. So I would get irritated pretty easy about it.
Absolutely. Okay, so great. Thank you, Veda. That completes your character relationship. And now, Jeffrey, we're going to start with Dillan. So, good old Dillan, one of our favorite characters. So, I think Dillan, you stated you don't know Dillan, correct? You just know
You
him
just said
because he's
Dylan.
that
I don't know.
person
You don't know Dylan.
Oh, Jeffrey, you don't know Dillan. And Dillan hangs outside of your dojo.
Right.
So I guess you don't know him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a D20.
Oh, you know, Sasquatch, love it.
Sasquatch.
I feel
right?
like you know each other. Come on. Where do you,
Ooh. So
anyone who owns a katana sword, they know.
Nunchucks.
Jeffrey,
None.
being the martial artist you are, this is okay. So how far would you go to make Dillan suffer?
Oh shit!
Oh.
Jesus, that's what the
Uh,
hell?
This has
Think
got
of-
real.
Think about him kind of loitering outside your store. You kind of have this like low sense of interest in getting him to join the dojo to teach him better ways, but there's still that anger, that little shard of animosity towards Dillan that you're just like, how far would you go to make him suffer?
I probably wouldn't go too far, maybe I'd try to pull some sort of prank on him or try to scare him to get him to kind of shoo off of my dojo. But nothing too crazy or anything.
Okay. And is that because you feel sorry for him because of that aspect of where you kind of see him hanging out and you kind of know that he needs that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Known loser, Dylan.
Wow. It's not really how I
it's a hit or
envisioned him in my
miss.
mind when I created this character, but it's turning out to be like this guy that everyone shits on.
No, no. Some adults respect you, and they,
Don't
oh,
fucking make me
boy.
feel better about it.
Well, we'll just have to see. I mean, remember, this is just the first setup. We still have a lot of the action that'll come.
I've got a long way to go. I gotta dig myself out of this shit ditch I'm in. I don't know how this happened.
Yeah.
These long-haired, hating motherfuckers.
Just
All
join the
all he's
Sasquatch
saying
army.
is, all he's saying is Uduquata better watch his ass. So let's go ahead and continue with Bobby. So Jeffrey, you have the student Bobby. I think you know Bobby, right? This is a known.
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead and give me 1d20. We got 13, essay.
Man.
Oh.
Has there been a 13 yet?
Oh, what about Bobby always makes you happy? Is it that bulky little kid being able to kick his leg as high as he can? Right?
I guess like I kind of see myself a little bit like, you know, it's like a younger kid maybe looking for some sort of inspiration, and
Mhm.
I'm trying to kind of be that role model through teaching him karate.
Okay.
Do you say karate or do you say karate?
Yeah.
What kind of a sensei are you?
Taekwondo, or is this, Krav Maga? What is it?
See, that's why he doesn't like you hanging outside his shop, okay?
I asked the hard questions, and I probably would actually,
Hard hitting.
but in the jokey kind of way, jokey.
Okay. All right. So give me another D20, Jeffrey. Got 18. So you did something years ago that hurt Bobby, kind of hurt his feelings. Maybe you pushed him too hard during his belt
First dojo.
demonstration. But in that, why can't you apologize?
Dang.
Wow.
Called him a Sasquatch, didn't you?
Right. I feel like if you switch this, you could usually use this as like marital counseling.
I'm gonna say I saw him punch Dillan in the nuts, and I kind of scolded him on it because I only believe in fighting as like a self-defense kind of a thing. And
you mean you do believe it as a self-defense kind of a thing?
Yeah.
Not offensive.
He wanted you to just get punched, He probably dared Bobby.
At this point, everybody has dared Bobby to punch you in the nuts.
This is bullshit. I feel like this is revenge on D&D DM or something. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on here. Dylan's getting fucked here. Not that he doesn't like that, but
no, he's not getting fucked. That's part of the point.
You just have a huge counterpart in everybody's life. Just imagine that.
I feel like I'm on the bad end of the spectrum.
All right. So that does make sense. He kind of scolded Bobby because he did something in disregard to what he was learning martial arts for. And you scolded him, but you can't go back on that because that's the true way that you believe and that you're trying to teach the children. So this moves us on to Veda. So Veda, I definitely think you see her constantly going in and, I don't know, maybe getting coffee. Veda might drink coffee or tea. You don't know. But you see her going in there and, you don't know Veda. So go and give me a D20. 11. Okay. So what is something bad about Veda that you've heard about? And just kind of based on your nature, you can't believe that it's true. You can't believe that Veda would be capable of that.
Yeah, I've seen her talking to Dillan and stuff, and maybe doing a little exchange of sorts. And I just wouldn't think someone maybe older and wise like her would be doing any sort of drugs or anything.
Okay.
And druggies.
Especially buying from a younger kid.
You just assume that it's drugs I'm selling. I sold her a pair of binoculars. She's a bird watcher. I'm a resourceful person. I mentioned it doesn't have to be about drugs.
You are doing these deals outside of my dojo. I've probably picked up on it,
You just, you make these assumptions in your head.
You're trying to watch me.
Typical adults, you just assume the worst.
Right?
You see a guy in a jean jacket with some patches, and you just assume he's a druggie.
I mean,
oh god!
Just because I have long hair,
Mhm.
Fucking
I think
weird.
this is finally all of our aggression is like we finally get to go after the DM. We're just like we finally got our level. We're gonna make them as small as we can.
You're the player now, sir.
Yeah. Who is the captain now? Not you.
So,
I need to do a dex or traps.
Yeah, right.
I feel like I've been trapped.
Trapped.
The trap.
It's a
So-
trap. It's a trap.
So, kids on bikes, fun, they said.
What can
So do you know Boris at all? I'm trying to remember if you had like any kind of relationship. I just think you know that he probably again hangs out with maybe Dillan a couple times. Maybe you've seen him off, in the back
Yeah.
end.
I'm gonna say maybe I've seen him, but I don't really know him.
Okay, so go ahead and give me 1d20 for Boris.
Boris, I really want you to get your way
Boris.
into Jeffrey's place to see if there's really Sasquatches in his closet. I gotta know.
Okay.
So here's an interesting. So we know that one scandal that Boris is maybe known for is thievery, shoplifting. But another situation, what strange record does Boris hold in town?
Ooh.
Like record isn't like he did something bad, like he got in trouble for something, or like
I mean, you don't know this character, so it might be something that Jeffrey would kind of magnify on more negative, since he does kind of have that outlook on that type of society. So it could be something negative record-wise.
Gonna be a school record.
It could be a school record, but I
This
think
kid's
I
like
feel
the
like
fastest
Jeffrey's
kid in school.
straight-laced. I don't know. He wears clunky military boots. So.
Sonic.
Sonic. Gotta go fast.
I don't
I'm
know
the
about
Hem-
these military boots, but I like the
I'm the
military
Hemlock
boots.
Hedgehog.
Right, the longest. Maybe somebody threw it on you and he didn't pass out.
I
Do
don't
you
know, maybe I
want to?
caught him
Okay.
drinking or something, or like
He drinks like an adult, but he's a child.
yeah.
I've not seen Yoopers like that.
It's Russian drinking all the vodka.
Boris. Okay. Boris has a record of out drinking adults.
You and me, buddy. We're gonna take this town.
Well, just to let you know, so we will get to a point where we share what's kind of in our bags, of course. But just know that Boris usually carries a fifth of vodka in his bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sold it to him.
No. Whereas
Oh.
you're 14 and you're already an alcoholic.
Boom. we got some
Boom.
real.
I feel
we got
like,
some real
although I
kids.
feel like me and you probably work on a trade system more than a selling.
Yep.
All right. So I think this next character you don't quite know is Annika. You see her hanging out with Bobby and whatnot, but is Annika another character that you maybe don't know?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a D20.
One.
All right. So this is kind of a given, but feel free to expand on this. Why is Annika's family so important in town?
Ooh.
other than they're bringing water parks and theme parks and own a law
Your parents are
firm.
lawyers, right? You mentioned that they're lawyers.
Yeah, they own a law firm. Maybe they prosecuted you, defended you.
I am not that guy that you are imagining. I promise. I don't get caught.
Can you repeat the question real quick? Sorry about that.
Yeah. So, why is Annika's family so important in Hemlock Farms?
It can do wills,
to
maybe
me or to
property
the town?
taxes.
Pretty much in the towns. Like, so, what is something what they're important? Why are they important to Hemlockville?
You might even know them because of your business, right? Because they're lawyers, so you probably had.
Well,
to
yeah,
have a
that's
lawyer
Yeah,
for
they
your
could have
business.
probably helped you between the contract between your old sensei and you.
Okay.
That's what I was kind of thinking, but I don't really know in terms of like to the town as a whole, but
Mhm.
like
You do know that they're like, I guess.
but I would
maybe
say
the-
they definitely helped me out in, like in me kind of like inheriting the dojo.
Okay. So Annika's family, let's see, is important because of their I guess their business law knowledge. Knowledge. All right. And so that was expressed whenever they helped you with the forms and final paperwork from your previous sensei passing and handling, that information there. Now, you do know Danni, but you know Danni more of through her kid, because Levi goes to your dojo also. So would you say that Danni is also a unknown character for you?
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Okay. Give me one
You know-
d20.
Just
I mean, I tried flirting with him a bit, but he told me his dad doesn't allow him to date women with kids, so didn't go anywhere.
Well, he doesn't live with his dad, so maybe he has a bad taste from his dad saying that once. So you got a d12. Let's see. Oh, ouch.
Uh-oh.
You had to roll. You had to roll a d12.
Yes, you did. We need this.
Yes. So, she did ask you out, and she's
No, it's just a little light flirtation.
So here's the question: what do you hope to gain by humiliating this relative stranger?
Oh,
Like, you are not Sasquatch. I am not interested. Get out of my dojo.
please tell me you're a member of this popcorn system.
Right.
That you can spread these rumors.
That's a
Clubhouse.
The clubhouse. Yeah.
Bad guy.
So what do you look to gain by humiliating Danni?
Oh, new in town, single lady, sick man.
Right? Maybe
This is kind of dark.
Right? I mean, it could be dark, but it could also be a little bit romantic.
I don't know. Humiliating. What do you expect to gain by humiliating? I automatically assume I will say this unless I get this.
Right, but
Dark.
here's the thing. Jeffrey, I don't know. We don't know what Jeffrey's dating life is like. Maybe that's how he still thinks women are attracted to him.
Yeah.
Oh, like when you're being into a lady, that means you like them.
He's in the bro code, hardcore.
Oof.
I hope to make her a firm believer of Sasquatch.
Excellent. Because she is a woman of medicine, You hope that you can humiliate her and have her believe in Sasquatch.
You're like, you don't believe? Let me show you this evidence, fool.
Looks
You embarrassed?
believe in Sasquatch. That's great. I love how Jeffrey's just becoming this Sasquatch centered character.
There's a lot of things
Like,
going
we're
on
gonna
with
go
Sasquatch
into-
and
We
Jeffrey.
go into a back room and there's a big like map of the Poconos Mountains with like little pins everywhere.
Little Sasquatch pins.
This whole
Yeah.
like thing about
Sightings.
this dojo, he's been training for years for the moment he's face to face with a Sasquatch.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
All right. So this brings us to Boris.
Boris.
Boris,
Boris Varadich.
roll me a d20.
Okay.
And this is for your known, you know Dillan. Ooh,
Oh
wow.
God.
Wow.
Ooh.
Ooh.
All
Fumbled
right.
that one.
So Boris, what did Dillan do for you that makes you owe him a debt that you cannot repay?
Oh, that's interesting.
Right? You're giving you guys all the scabby questions.
I would have to
I
say,
like
like,
it.
taking the blame for, like,
I was thinking
because I
along the
ratted him out.
I was thinking along the same lines of I took some heat.
Yeah. So, like, I know that, like, because
Maybe the thing that you ratted on me for wasn't
Yeah.
something I actually did.
and
But
it was
I
actually
took it.
it was we took a soft blow, but it was for a bigger job.
Hmm.
Got to take a little hit for the big reward.
The big picture.
But I'm still pissed off.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Give me another d20. That's excellent. See, the story's just jiving together already.
You guys jiving? Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we have an
I jive.
8. Okay. I think this is a good one. We've had this question with other character relations, but I think this is important. But the worst day in your life, Boris, what did Dillan do or play a role in on that day?
Mm.
So this is something maybe, I think we've discussed that, like, at home, your father sometimes drinks too much and gets a little violent.
Mhm.
So it could be something related to that. It could be something more related to, we know that your mom's no longer in the picture. And so, was it maybe that event that he was supportive about, or did that happen before him? But what role did Dillan play in one of the worst days of your life?
Mm. Damn, I don't know. It's tough. trying to think of something.
I can tell you that my mother's also, while not gone, completely clueless in my life.
Thank you.
I
Well-
guess that'd be good.
Wait, what was the question there?
So the question is, what role did Dillan play in the worst day of your life?
Oh. Well, I don't know if you have dad issues, but I also have dad issues.
Yeah, I guess so. Because
I can support you on that front, as I've been.
Nothing for you.
so
I got all these daddy issues.
So say when after I blamed you, because like the reason why my dad confronted me with that situation was because he was like in a drunken rage, and so then like there was a altercation, and after that, I even though I ratted you out, I went to you like for support
Okay. So maybe
because like you're the
you'll-
only person I knew, even though
Yeah. So maybe instead of sleeping on the streets, you were able
Yeah.
to kind of crash
Yeah,
it
he could-
wherever he
yeah.
was. Because
Get out
he's
of my
a
house.
okay. Let's have an altercation.
Because I'm thinking, because like his mom passed away before he got to town.
Okay. So yeah, definitely we'll explore that later, but I think that's good. So you guys kind of have this like brotherly bond almost because of the support that you've given and similar family dynamics. Let's see, Boris, do you know Bobby at all?
I think we already discussed that we don't really know each other.
No.
right?
Right. Yeah. Just seeing what maybe he's noticed of you, and it doesn't seem like much. So let's go ahead and roll a 1d20, and we'll give you an unknown relationship for that one.
Ooh.
Let's see, what was that? A 20 or a 1?
I jump on one, but I have no idea what a 1 is in this game.
Yeah.
I'm like,
It was
I
a
see one,
it was
I'm
a
like,
20.
"Oh."
It was a 20. Okay.
Yeah, it didn't take off the first time, but the first one there was a delay.
This is very fitting. Why don't you want to associate with Bobby?
Kid.
Because he's a kid. Because he's a
Because
nut
he's a
puncher.
little bitch.
Dirty little bastard. Nut punching bastard, no less.
Yeah.
Right?
Let's see. All right. So you don't want to associate with Bobby because he's a sucker punch?
Yeah, well, and he also he crossed Dillan, so
Okay. Crossing Dillan. Little nut puncher.
Little nut puncher.
Nutcracker.
God damn it. It ain't the season for that. All right. So let's go ahead and roll one for Veda. So you do know Veda because obviously, your compatriot there, Dillan, has a little bit of respect for her and definitely tries to get to know her. But do you know Veda personally? I don't think that you really would, besides maybe on the fringes, right?
Yeah, because of my father.
Right. Okay. So I guess oh yeah, that's right. You do know her a little bit more. So this is a known relationship. Give me a D20. We're going to roll 2 questions for that.
Okay. I rolled a 1.
You rolled a 1? Okay.
Yeah.
So you can keep that 1. Let's see.
15.
15. Let's see. Okay. So what is something that Veda has done for you in which you feel that you can't repay?
For Veda too?
For Veda as well. You're very indebted. You're a very indebted person.
So the relationship
Mhm.
the relationship between Veda was because she saw me, I don't know, maybe being like a mother figure, but I don't know how I give something she did, some type of kindness.
Okay. Being a kind mother figure.
Don't forget about that party.
Yeah, the party, but I'm just trying to, but she observed me though.
I thought she
Yeah.
was supportive of you under the table or something. Or no, she observed you. That's right.
Yeah. So I think it makes sense that she's been a kind of mother figure. Maybe she's the one person that, the one mom that would tell you, oh, you look very cute today, or you look handsome. And that's something that you didn't have in your teenage life. So I think that's definitely appropriate. And as for the second question, what insanity has Veda shown warning signs of?
What insanity?
What insanity
Oh, this is a new question.
Okay.
has character Yeah, has character shown warning signs of. So what is Veda shown signs of insanity about?
I think
Ooh.
the conspiracies because she thinks there's the rituals and the dark ceremonies.
Paranoia. We need
Paranoia. But I like, even though I believe her too. It's kind of like my alignment. I had one of my rumors was, but like I guess the
But maybe
obsessed.
she's like deep in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, Boris, tell me more about Veda. You know what? Now that all of this is kind of fell out, I definitely need to know more from Boris about Veda. This is definitely why
Veda.
you're so important to me.
Town activities.
You have more info about Veda than I ever knew. I just was trying to figure out like cool things to say in Russian, but man, you got info.
There's
All right,
more.
Let's see. That brings us to Jeffrey Boris. Let's see.
An 8
8.
and an 18.
An 18. So I'm trying to remember Jeffrey and Boris's relationship.
Jeffrey's 25, dojo teacher, Sasquatch enthusiast.
Jeffrey
and-
has seen Boris with me.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm going to say Jeffrey, it's probably an unknown relationship.
But Jeffrey knows about Boris's record, right? Something? Oh, it definitely
Does,
unknown
yeah.
relationship, but
Yeah, it's unknown relationship. Yeah. So let's see, you got an 18.
you're drawing all these like little circles, like connecting all of these things. Is that what's going on? 'Cause that's what I'm
I mean,
doing.
That
Like,
will
these-
happen, but right now I'm just writing down notes for everyone. But
God, there's
I
all
will
these
have a
ties.
diagram,
This,
right?
this I feel like you know, like a detective's like with the strings and like all these connections.
So Boris, here is something interesting. So what is I feel like this is gonna go
We're on
back to the
Boris and
podcast
Jeffrey.
thing. Yeah, I
Kyle.
was gonna say. So Jeffrey. So for Jeffrey, what is Jeffrey doing to threaten their family's reputation?
Boris's
Boris's or
family's?
Jeffrey's? Yeah.
Jeffrey's. So what does Boris see Jeffrey doing to threaten his family's reputation?
Jeffrey. Does he
I mean,
even have a
he-
family here?
Well, see, that's the thing.
Yes.
He does, but not
Very
known,
distant.
right?
Hmm.
Yeah, very distant. So, I mean, that could be his own reputation too, though, because his family is his dojo.
So what am I doing to?
No.
What is Jeff doing?
What do you see Jeffrey doing that diminishes or, that puts his family's reputation in a threat or threatens it?
Boris's family or Jeffrey's family?
Jeffrey's.
So self-inflicting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
He's flirting with his student's mom.
Trying to get her on that Sasquatchy.
I think this, yeah, like it's like his obsession for like Sasquatch
I
is-
definitely told you about this situation.
is affecting his relationship with his family.
Mhm.
Like there's been multiple interventions.
You try to call back, but your mom's like, "No, I can't do it anymore. This damn Sasquatch." Obsession with Sasquatch.
He's real. I'll prove it. He's real.
I want to say my parents don't know about the Sasquatch thing, but
Right. But maybe like your local friends, maybe, or your family, because that's your conditional family at that point. So maybe they're a little bit more of like, I don't know. Jeff is a little
they
weird
still
about
live
that
in the
Sasquatch.
town, so they may have heard about it.
Right, especially your giant Sasquatch dolls.
Yeah.
All right. So Annika probably has observed you before, Boris, but do you say that you've maybe sold to Annika before, or just know her just from viewing, seeing her. I think that's one relationship that I don't think exists, right?
No.
So let's go ahead and roll 1d20 for that.
Annika's 10 though, right?
Mm-hmm. She's one of yeah.
I guess you guys would cross paths.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
she's
just
11.
trying to think of like 11.
11.
11.
Mm-hmm. Show us what you got.
So I don't. I'm like, the only thing I think it was like maybe her lawyer parents.
Would you have crossed paths in middle school?
I'm 3 years older than her though.
Well, there's like
I think school. Like I think school maybe.
There's like a, the late birthday, early birthday situation. You might have crossed paths in like middle school or even. Yeah. I don't know how new you are into the town.
Don't even ask how our school system worked. We had 4 schools.
Oh.
Yeah, we had a very weird.
But in Pennsylvania,
in traditional.
Listen, in Hemlock Farms, we're a one, we're a K through 12, right? I don't know what we are.
Okay. It's small enough to have school, you got one school room, K through 12.
It's one school, but they split the kids.
We're the School of Hard Knocks and K through 12. There's 2 schools.
Maybe an after-school program.
Possibly. Would you know enough to answer 2 memory questions about, or just one?
Nah, I don't know. Because I'm new.
Yeah, let's go ahead and roll another one because we already know what her family's known for. Another D20.
11.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was already that was right.
That was rolled before, but this is interesting about Annika.
4 or 11.
You want to roll 4? Sure. Yeah, we already know that. We're going to do 11 for Annika because we've already know what she's charming about. She connects with the old people. But what is a bad thing that you've heard about Annika that you can't believe is true for little old Annika to do?
She farts on you.
Talk about boners. She
has an obsession with Bobby's boner. Yes, I'm talking about
it. That's just wrong.
That's just wrong. Kill the kids. Oh boy.
Probably got a boner right now riding on his bike. He's going through puberty, Let me tell you about how puberty works.
Good. Okay.
In boys ages.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, okay, what's the question again?
So
I've already gone through puberty. I'm 11,
What is a bad thing that you've heard about Annika that you can't believe is true?
I can't believe it's true.
I mean, Annika's an angel.
She has a secret collection of swords.
Oh no, Annika's not an angel.
Oh no.
Maybe I don't know because it seems like she's young and she's like her parents are lawyers, so she seems like it's like a good child. Like she's like a good girl, right?
She's got a secret.
So something
she's secretly a sociopath though.
Yeah, she killed her. She murdered her pet buddy, or she murdered her pet.
Oh, murder!
Why would you?
Yeah,
for the name of science.
It's a rumor. I don't know.
You heard that? You know it, but isn't it something you know? You watched her burying her body.
No, but I know, but I don't think it's true.
Yeah, he doesn't believe it.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever pet she had, she murdered it.
You sick bitch.
It's like it's like Gogo. What's your name? Gogo. From Kill Bill.
From Kill Bill.
She just wanted to see what it was like to see life leave something.
Inside.
I wanted to see what would happen.
Right.
So I took
the light
the goldfish.
turn off in something's eyes.
So I took the goldfish. Right. Yeah.
I'm gonna have nightmares from this stupid game.
This is really dark.
It's dark. Why?
Oh, that's okay. We're just doing the intro, guys.
This is a goddamn intro.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not trying to guide you guys. I feel like it's.
So what you're saying is we're dark. We're making.
Yeah, you guys are making it dark. That's what I'm saying.
I like it.
Okay.
So
nut
do
puncher.
you know Danny, Boris, or is that kind
Danny.
of another distant relationship that you kind
Yeah,
of?
maybe she helped me at the hospital. Maybe I did something dumb. Alcohol
Yeah, I'm gonna-
poisoning.
Okay, here you go.
Not an overdose. Maybe it's just like a bad cut.
She asked you if your dad was beating you. Your father beat.
Well, like
Right.
you're 14 and you're here with alcohol poisoning, so there was definitely some interest taken in Boris as well. Worried about Boris too.
Maybe like if I go for a physical and then they see there's alcohol in my blood.
You're like drunk at the physical.
Am I drunk at the physical? Yeah.
So,
Without my parents.
let's.
Does this
go and
lead
give me
into,
1d20.
like- No, never. I don't want to give Dylan any more of a bad rap.
Yeah, so for this relationship, let's go and roll 1d20 because I feel like you guys have enough context, but not enough to really like remember a positive, negative memory.
4 again?
Roll the 4? Roll it again. I mean,
18.
18. I'm telling you. You already answered that about Jeffrey.
I think we're out of numbers though. We're only on a D20 here.
I know, but there's still questions that have not been asked. Like 7 hasn't been rolled.
7?
Yep. So why
What's
was
7?
your only brief interaction with Danny so positive?
I guess because she cared. She's a nurse. Even though,
Oh.
even though I don't even know her. She's like, you really should be drinking Gatorade or something. Go home. You like pickles? I love pickles.
Yeah, I gave him like a pickle. I didn't call his parents, but I'm like, it's really nice.
Right. Yeah. And so, so I don't like to have them answer the same question about other players a lot of times. So that's why I try to change it up because I don't know. I got to say that question 18 is pretty common.
Maybe we should start like marking them off and like use a die appropriate for the remaining questions.
Yeah. I mean, that would work, but we would have already been through a lot of these. So we have to double on some of them, but we're almost completed here with today's questionnaires. So I guess Danny, your absolute sincere care for Boris was, very positive and really left an impression. So he might actually have gained a little bit of trust towards you because of that. Because he's been to the hospital plenty of times and they're all been shitheads and terrible nursing staff. And he really kind of connected with you at that moment. So that brings us to our dear old sweet Annika. 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 Listen up, Deshaun. Let's see. So
I'm waiting for
we're
the
gonna
shit
start
because two
off-
truths and a lie bullshit that happened not too long ago. I'm like, oh, here comes the shit. You thought we were dark. Here it comes.
So-
Here it is. We just got you up to the top of the roller coaster. Now we're going down. Downward spiral. Here it is.
So with Dillan, I know that you kind of know of him. You might have purchased from him. Do you feel like your relationship's a known relationship, or on your side, do you feel like you don't really know him?
I don't know him.
Okay,
I don't know her.
go ahead and give us a 1d20 for Dillan.
Okay.
Nobody knows a reference.
Okay. So for Dillan, you kind of don't know Dillan, but you still might have like this interest, and we kind of want to know why. But how far would you go to get to know Dillan, and why would you want to get to know him further?
I think I'd want to know him because he's been around and he's got interesting stories to tell about his travels. Maybe.
Know
Codes.
about his travels. Okay.
I'm trying to be nice, but
Wow.
Travels.
Here, I heard
it's
her.
difficult.
She wants to learn about your travels, so she has a guide of what not to do.
I never said that.
What a jerk. No,
She
totally.
talks to a lot of people. Like maybe
I
we're-
am a town traveler. and I have.
Is that what we're calling hobos now?
I mean, I would call myself a vagabond. Hobo's kind of a weird word that I would not
Okay,
associate
vagabond.
myself
Hipster
with.
or homeless?
Homeless?
I mean, I would say I'm home full because I've been in many homes.
You're hopeful for a home?
I've been in many homes. People take me in. I'm home full. Probably have
Okay.
more homes than you do.
Right.
But yeah,
So they're not in your name.
I mean,
I could see that, maybe Annika doesn't really know Dylan right now, but has like an interest because she knows what it's like to travel, and she's kind of interested in like, what travels has he, had, and what has he seen in his
Have you been to the Louvre?
travel?
I've been there twice.
she knows
So-
there's more than what he's
See?
physically
Mhm.
soul.
She is. So we know that you and Bobby are relatively close.
Yes.
Boners and all.
Great.
What? Go give me a D20 here so we can.
You've been close, but now you're sort of keeping a boner's distance.
Boner's distance, right? I'm only a boner distance call away. Oh, this is actually kind of cute. I will let you answer this one, even though it's a repeat.
Okay.
What is a nickname that you call Bobby, and why?
Oh.
Um,
I feel her like dark energy just spewing out and like trying to be retained. Just
Come on, Brainiac, out with it.
good old bones.
yeah, maybe I call him Bones because he's just broken a lot.
Okay, good save. Go. Bobby Bones.
Bobby Bones.
For his multiple injuries. All right, go ahead and give me another D20, Annika. One. Okay, so this is bizarre.
Are we still on Bobby?
Yes, you literally rolled the same questions for each other. I'm not kidding. So
I'll roll a
That's
different
how you know
one.
we're friends. No,
I
that's how you
know.
we're
It's good.
friends.
This one is what did this character do in the past that, well, I guess it's a little bit different, but that you resent Bobby for. So you could answer it, but it's pretty close to,
Betrayal. Yeah.
Oh, this is good. It's like a tip for Taz.
Yeah,
Typical kid relationship.
So maybe he didn't betray you, but you still feel very resentful for him
why
doing.
you betrayed him?
Mm-hmm. Why'd you let Boner Gate out?
Boner Gate. Oh, that's awesome.
Why'd you leak Boner Gate?
I can't right now. I don't know.
Boner Gate.
What's that? Let the cat out of the bag, let the boner out of the pants. Why'd you do it? Why'd you do it?
It was educational.
Boner Gate. This is gonna be hard for me to highlight
Okay.
this video
So
because it's really good.
maybe this is really, I think this is really kind of true to Annika. So maybe Annika was trying to keep a performance grade from her parents,
Probably.
and Bobby, since he couldn't really keep quiet about it, said something in front of your parents, which kind of reacted negatively. So that's why you kind of resent him, because maybe a B+ was acceptable to Bobby, but it wasn't to you and your family. And him talking about it at maybe your house or something, that could be something that he resented, you resent Bobby for.
Yeah, let's go with that. What?
I'm a blabbermouth.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to use that. Bobby blabbed.
What's with all the B words? Blabs, boner,
My
Bobby.
parents, my parents don't
B
care.
plus.
Let that pass.
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot.
Sasquatch.
All right. So let's go ahead and we're going to move on to your relationship with good old Veda. You know, yeah, you know Veda a little bit more. I would say that you kind of know Veda. You have memories of her
Yeah.
rather than her kind of being more of administrative. So I will say I think it's more of a known relationship that you feel you might have
Yeah, I'll go with
because
the
you
two
have those
questions.
experiences. I would
Yeah.
agree. Okay. Because she might be a role model for you.
Okay.
Let's go and roll 1d20 for that.
1 second.
7. Okay. So what is something that you and Veda have in the workings or maybe you guys have plans for that really excites you?
I think we're trying to work on some engineering thesis together. Some paper.
You're one smart kid.
Yeah, it sounds like I'm boring too. Except for Bonergate, but
I don't
Bonergate,
I don't
right?
think it's I don't
Yeah,
think
I
it's
think that was
boring.
like too exciting for you to keep a secret. Like no one's ever
Yeah.
shared anything that private with you, and you're like,
I am an only child.
Besides, yeah, her housekeepers.
Yeah, I have servants.
Oh,
Whoa.
I like housekeepers, servants. Whoa, whoa.
Housekeepers.
are they
Housekeepers.
Housekeeper, house care.
Yeah, sorry.
So let's roll one more for Veda. $14.
You can tell I'm getting tired. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Right. Almost done, gang. Almost done. So what would you say that, you know, if Veda were to do something that was offensive to you, would she have to go very far to have you forgive her? Or what would she have to do?
I don't think I think I would forgive her. I don't think she has to do anything like really, really whatever. She
Mhm.
could just bake me snacks, cookies and brownies and stuff. Probably not pot brownies, but
What would you
like
know
some
about pop brownies?
I'm smart. And
Oh.
and yeah, just give me some desserts because my parents don't allow me to have extra sweets. So
Oh.
and she'll be in my good
That's
graces.
cute. That's cute. Yeah.
Maybe sweets. All right. So let's move on to our town favorite Sasquatch lover, Jeffrey.
I don't know him.
I don't know her.
Yeah.
Let's see. So Jeffrey, we're gonna roll a d4. So even though you don't know Jeffrey, you still see that he has some kind of charming quality about him. So what is that one charming habit besides Sasquatch that he is known for throughout the town? Is it his ashy brown kept hair? He gets a haircut once a week, just to let you know.
I was just going to say that he's good with the kids in the community because he helps a lot in the community. So,
Okay. Good with kids. So Jeffrey, would you decline any of that? Do you help with the community?
I would agree to that.
Okay.
Makes sense.
All right. So that is Great. Let's move on to Sir Boris. Now, I probably think you have the same relationship between Boris and Dillan. You know, you don't know them either, but you kind of know of them.
Yeah, we met in passing in the halls and stuff.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a D20 and we'll answer a don't know question for Boris.
Now, I think she knows Boris more than she knows Dillan.
Mm-hmm. This is a good one for you.
Oh no.
So you know something about Boris, and you've heard something that he's done that was good, but you really can't believe that's something that Boris would do. What is that one thing good that Boris has done and you can't believe that's true?
Tell the truth? No, I'm kidding. One good thing he's done.
Mm-hmm.
He's helping Dillan by making him a better person. Even though it doesn't
Okay.
look like it, but he is.
I was gonna suggest like a soup kitchen or something.
You're drunk. How can you help in a soup kitchen?
Well, not drunk all the time.
Well, that's the way they're making your character sound.
He is definitely helping Dillan, for sure,
Whatever.
in many
That
ways.
is too funny. I just love how you guys are creating rumors about each other. It's wonderful. It's like true life. Right. So Danny, you might know Danny's child, Levi, from school, and
I mean, but if he's little, you're not like hanging out with people that much younger than you. I don't really see how, if she's not at the dojo, she's occasionally at my neighbor's, but I don't think I know her.
Do you ever serve time as a school nurse?
No.
Oh, well, aren't you?
No, I don't know her. I do not know her.
Okay. Give me 1d20 on that. 3.
I was thinking.
So Danny's relatively new to the town. You know this.
Yes.
And but there's something that she has done wonderful. And Danny has the whole town talking about this one thing that she's done. What is that wonderful thing that Danny has done and the whole town's talking about?
Dang, Danny has people. She's gotten some enjoyable experience. Well, except for Jeffrey. We'll get to that story.
Slay.
One good thing that she's done.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dang.
It's difficult.
I know. Well, I am a nurse, so that could help you. Maybe I saved the baby.
I'm thinking along those lines.
Yeah.
You did come to the school and give us our God, what the hell do you get in 5th grade? Lice treatments, and then you did something else.
That would be the talk of the town? Like, this guy would save life. Like, pick somebody.
You know what? Wait. It might make sense because, Hemlock Fields kind of seems like.
Who is the town celebrity? Maybe I saved his life.
You could probably
Hemlock.
do a lice. Yeah, James Hemlock. So there's James Hemlock, but you could actually have been known because nobody wanted to deal with that lice infestation because they're way over.
It was a lice outbreak.
But,
A town. It was definitely town-demic.
Or like an epidemic. Yeah.
It was town-demic at least, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
To treat
large
children.
assembly.
You had to have gloves and hair picks or whatever those hair things.
You want to be a nurse? This is what you get.
I'm gonna say Danny came
Lice
to
pick?
treat children and eradicated the growing. The growing lice problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Growing lice
I
problem.
found that one little dirty birdie who was giving life to everybody else.
Gross.
It was Bobby.
And I
when no professional was wanting to deal with it.
I mean, I'm just saying, Bobby's a dirty kid.
I
Definitely
mean, he
him.
is.
I would say that the other rumor that people know is that Bobby was the ground zero patient of the lice
lice.
toundemic.
that could have been it. And,
Patient zero.
then you get
You
get
know.
into like devours from that lice. All right, so brings us to Danni. So Danni, we are of course going to start with Dillan because it's in my screen order here, and we know that you have a knowledge of Dillan because one, he probably took some, swipes at you during taking leave at his karate lesson.
It was a one-time incident. It wasn't a swipe. No swipes.
It was like a wolf whistle.
Swiper, yeah,
Swiper, no swiping.
Yeah, swiper, no swiping. He ain't getting that pager number, okay? You two are the only characters that have pagers, by the way.
Oh,
For very different reasons, I'm assuming.
listen.
No. I think
So-
I've probably heard some things about him.
Got a pager.
Yeah, I think I'm aware of his role in the town, and
so you think do you think it's more like the unknown because you don't really have like a positive negative memory with him?
I mean, I had like he whoop whistled me, so that made me feel good, but it was like a moment, and I've seen him leave. I think he's left my neighbor's house a couple of times. But I think I am a little weary of him because, I know his role in the town and I don't exactly want him around my kids. So, that's about it.
All right. So give me 1d20. We'll give you the don't know him too well. So
I'm going to be honest with you. I have not opened up Roll20 this entire time.
Oh, my word.
So I go into Danni. I've just been watching you guys and listening.
Yeah. So when you open it up, you can just type it in the log or click on the dice icon.
/R 1d20.
That is correct.
There's no chat though. Where's the chat box?
Do you have the three little lines off to the right?
I will find it, and here I am. Here she blows. Okay. It's /R/D20, correct?
/R. Yep, space D20. All right, so we got a 6.
We haven't seen a 6 in a minute.
Okay, yeah. So this is something that we might know about Dillan, but this is something more of that Danni knows because Danni has a different perspective, being that she works in the hospital industry and medical area. So what is something that Dillan, and I'm going to say family, but what is Dillan's family, which is him and his kind of associates, is important to the town?
Do we know? Has he told us about his family at all?
No, but what we know is that he doesn't really have a family. He's more of like the vagabond or traveler, like he states. So we kind of associate his family as like his friends. That's his family that we know of. So why are they important to the town?
Well, I feel like there's probably a backstory that we don't know. Which is why would this town, especially with such a disciplined, those hoes, the hoes are really on it. So he's got to be tolerated for some reason. And I think
he brings in that ambergris.
I think he knows things too. I think he probably knows some things. And so why is he important though? He was raised here. He's a part of this community.
I would say just as a helper, I know a lot of people. So you come in contact with a lot of people probably at the hospital. So you've probably heard me associated with many different types of people. Different types of people, not just kids, not adults, kids, all ages, important people, not important people.
Yeah,
I heard my name
feel
brought
like
up.
I think you were probably raised in this town. You have made yourself an unexpendable foot in the door of the town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's very valid. He definitely is a connector of the town. And so that's something that you probably have noticed that he has an importance in the town about. Now we're going to talk about not necessarily Dillan now, but one of your patients, little old Bobby. I think Bobby, you kind of know him because you kind of have an interest for him because of his many injuries and his carelessness.
Yeah,
so,
and I from what I can find, I can't really find any evidence of abuse or anything like that, but definite neglect. I found definite evidence of neglect, which would make sense as to why he's injured all the time. And of course,
dirty.
And
he's
dirty, and he's always covered in blood, and it's just, this is the 80s, so there's only so much I can do. So I have put in reports and put in a report when he's come in, but nobody's really investigated. Again, it's the 80s. They're just like,
okay. So let's roll a d20. Let's see the roll d20, and we'll see what a little bit more.
But when he has come, I've always tried to just be extra, and it tugs at my heart too, because I am a mom and I do have to work, and I do all that I can to be there for my son and to work and to do what I have to do. So it makes me sad when other parents can't do that. But I also know that some parents they just can't. So I try to be very nice to him. So a D20 still?
Yes. Okay. So this is another one that we've kind of come about, but being a nurse, you probably kind of build that bedside manner, which back in late 80s, early 90s, nicknames were pretty much commonly used and weren't really as frowned upon. And so what would be a nickname that you called Bobby privately when you'd come into your ward that you were working in?
Hey, I like to I'll say like tough guy names, like, hey Slugger, hey tough guy, what are you doing in here again?
Hey Slugger.
Come on.
Hey Slugger.
Another broken arm.
Tough guy champ.
I can't. How am I going to see what's the other one like?
Dylan would have given $1 million to be called Slugger.
Oh.
So let's roll another d20. Okay.
It's okay. I'll do it one more time. I'll do it again.
Okay, so here's one that's
18.
interesting. I mean, 6 is good. We can stick with the 6.
Oh, I thought because I'd already done a 6. Well, look at what 18 is.
Oh, no. 6. Well, you're asking from different question banks. So 6 is totally 6 is completely different. So 6 is so what is something that Bobby is doing, either knowingly or not knowingly, that hurts you? You find it offensive.
Just a routine health check, and he stabbed you.
Sorry. What was I'm trying to remember? And now this quote from a movie is coming in my head, and I'm like, no, it's stand focus.
He told Annika that you touched him in all the wrong ways.
I think
gave him a boner.
I've seen him a couple of times now, and I see him like smile lightly, and his head goes down. And I'm nice to him no matter what, but he's not very responsive, and he can almost be a little sassy too. And yeah, so I know where it's coming from, and I get it, but it hurts my feelings a little bit when he's flippant with my kindness and makes that, sassy backside of her.
Okay. Yeah, that's
a
very
good response.
reasonable. Yeah, because you do see him, and you kind of feel like you've built this rapport with him, but he still finds a reason to give you attitude or not really the attention that you would like from him, because you care for him.
Yeah.
So
Don't worry
let's
about it. Yeah.
see. Veda is next. So I think you and Veda are neighbors, but
I
you do
wanted to
trust her a
be
little
here.
bit. But would you say that she is somebody also that you know, or somebody that you don't know? Because Veda.
I think I'm getting to know her. I think we're both guarded. I think we're both not going to just like let each other in and tell our whole life story to each other. But oh, Veda, can you hear me? Veda, can you hear me? I'll give her a second.
Yeah, I'm listening. I was just cleaning up the kitchen.
Oh, okay. That's smart. Okay, no, so yeah, I think we're both probably guarded, and we're both smart, and we both work hard. But definitely when I moved in, she did kind of like take me under her wing, if you will, and she was my first friend, and we've had some like little Chardonnay nights, and we've gossiped about the town, and we've definitely like we're starting to get to that level where we're divulging, but we're not quite there yet. Like we're almost to the level of secret sharing, but not yet. But the bridges are being built, and she's definitely told me a lot about those hoes.
Okay.
And warned me about hoes. And
all right. So let's roll a question for D20. We're gonna roll 2 for Veda.
And I mean, and of course, in a bind, when my babysitter has flopped on me, she has come through in a pinch and been marvelous. She did get a little upset when I got home late, though.
Yeah, we can keep your 18, but let's go and roll another question. I'll ask 18, and then we'll roll your next question here.
Okay.
13. Okay. So whenever you're thinking about Veda, when did you realize that you really kind of had a love for Veda? Like you had a love for Veda because of who she was. This is, something platonically, though. It's not necessarily anything romantic per se, but you really have had a love for Veda. And, when did you first realize that?
Yeah, no, when we bonded over being widows. Okay. And we really connected on that. And we also knew to just kind of be there and respect it, and not ask a bunch of questions and dig really deep or make assumptions about things. We just knew and understood what that journey looked like. And so we really connected on that level. And I knew she was someone I was going to love and respect and to have in my life. And to, she's way ahead of, where I am, recently widowed. And she's strong and she's doing her thing. So I definitely love that and look to that and respect that.
Okay. So you guys have bonded about, being widows and understanding each other in that conversation piece, which is really important to, 1, being neighbors, and then 2, kind of being friends that know each other. But out of that whole time you've spent with Veda, what is one part of Veda's personality that scares you?
The grudges she holds and the resentments towards people. That sometimes I don't think are warranted, and I worry because, you know, if she holds these petty resentments and sometimes pretty deep hostility towards sometimes very minor things, or just like even just grudges or judgments, that judgmental piece. It's just, she's also very pleasant, but then that side definitely comes out after that glass of Chardonnay, and so that definitely worries me.
Wine time.
Wine time becomes, you know, wine time about the neighbors, if you know what I mean. So yeah.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. Veda, do you have any opposition against that? Are you a person that might hold a grudge because of your note-taking habit?
Let me think about this.
Or maybe you could word it differently, but like just your diligent note taking, your watchfulness, like just knowing things and really like judging things. Maybe you don't have judges, but you judge, right?
Yeah, I would say I'm more judgy, like, than like holding a grudge. I think I just get kind of like judgmental, but then I'm like over it.
Okay. So maybe definitely, Veda, you have that presence about you. But definitely Danni, kind of the way that she realizes and rationalizes it as more of like that grudge, and she's worried that she doesn't want to lose that friendship. So she's kind of worried about she feels like she's at risk for being,
Yeah, and I think I'm also more like I'm not very like PC. I kind of just like say what's I don't really have like a filter. I don't say what I like, just say what's on my mind and don't really think about like if that's gonna hurt somebody's feelings.
Right.
Because I just want to be truthful or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're not prying, I feel. When you're prying with your eyes and your mind, but not with like your words.
So watching.
Got it. Okay. So that brings us to Danni's relationship with Jeffrey. So is Jeffrey, is that a known relationship or unknown?
Jeffrey's dojo guy?
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
dojo guy.
Here's the story, okay? This is my story. Maybe he has a different one. All I know is, you know, my son's 6. He's got a lot of energy. And I'm looking for things for him to do. Really, it's a small town. There's not much here. I heard about a dojo. I show up, see this guy. He runs the dojo. He seems like a nice guy. He brings me into his office, and we start talking. And I see this big poster of Bigfoot in like the full ninja. So it's Bigfoot in like a white ninja costume, wearing a black belt, right? And I laughed and I said, you know, and I thought he was cute. He's built, you know, he does all this karate, and I'm not looking to date, but, you know, I just got into town and I see this big poster of karate, you know, Bigfoot. And I said, all right, I cracked a joke to Jeffrey. Sorry. I said to him,
Oh boy.
about his
poster.
inspirational poster.
No. So I see the poster and I said, oh, have they found Bigfoot? And his eyes got really big and you went to say something, but I went, not yeti.
Oh my God.
So Jeffrey did.
That's a good
was
one.
awesome.
So Jeffrey, did that offend
wow.
you? Like, yeah, what?
Wow.
Jeffrey he went completely pale.
That's a good.
Okay. All right.
He
So
went completely pale and he stopped mid-sentence and he handed me the pamphlet and said, these are the prices. I'll see you around.
Okay.
I almost didn't come back, but again, there was nothing going on in this town, so I needed a place for my son to take out his energy. So that's my story about Jeffrey.
Okay, so roll me
Not
1d20 about Jeffrey.
Not Yeti. Not
Ah,
Yeti.
that is fun.
Mike. You and me, buddy.
13
We'll just
again.
walk all over us
I-
this town.
Lamont, want me to re-roll?
No, that's a good roll. What bad reputation does Jeffrey have around the town? Now we know about his Yeti obsession. We know about his life-size Yeti mannequins that come out at night for whatever reason. But is there a bad reputation that he might have?
A little bit. Listen. My neighbors, she does watch, she does, hear things, she does talk to people. I asked her, the person's ready to go to this guy, right? And what she had told me was that, he's this young guy, he's this eligible bachelor. Lots of women have tried to date him. There was this one woman she told me about that was around for a short amount of time, out of town, really dark and mysterious, and but I guess they fought pretty badly, and so that's the only thing anyone's ever heard about him dating or talking to anyone. And I mean he's the town's like eligible bachelor, so like what's the problem?
Okay, so he kind of has like a dual reputation where maybe he dates out of town people but doesn't seem to have like a relationship.
But then what's wrong with the women in our town?
Right, so his bad reputation is
I'm saving myself for Sasquatch.
he's an eligible bachelor.
Or is he? Or maybe he's, is he into Sasquatch? Is he not into women? Or is he just into, not women in our town, which, the women kind of resent? There's a lot we don't know. We know we've heard of one dark, mysterious, angry one. But no one really knew what the perimeters of that relationship was.
Okay, that's saving myself for Sasquatch. So
more than
let's see.
Sasquatch, I tried to give you something to work with.
So we have Boris next. I'm trying to think if Boris, would you have really any kind of extra relationship or no?
What kind of relationship?
Did you just come to the hospital once? Was it just that one time?
I don't know. I would say no.
Maybe twice.
No, like one time, yeah. That's it.
One time.
That's why the relationship, because it was only like once. So
okay.
I think the opposite of Bobby then though. Boris was like he was drunk, but he was just like really responsive to my kindness and like really responsive to like my nurse jokes, and he just like he thought I was a hoot. So I do remember him because I was like, when you go into a room, you're like, man, I killed it in there. Like I really worked that room. And he just thought I was the best, the greatest, and the funniest. And so I remember that. Like I was like, he's like, oh, overly cracking up over my jokes and things. And then of course I found out his, he was drunk and his father is abusive. And so I, tried to check up on him in that way. But again, the 80s, not much I can do with a foreign family.
Okay.
But yeah, he seemed like very funny and sweet, and he liked my jokes. I really crushed it. I really crushed it with my nurse jokes with him. Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and roll me 1d20 for a random question. Roll 13 again. Dare you. So this is something interesting. So, you don't know much about Boris other than you made a good impression on him during his visit. But what is some volunteer work that you've heard about Boris doing? What is that volunteer work that you've heard about Boris doing? Like, it doesn't have to be with like a known organization. It could be something that he does individually. But what is that kind of outreach or volunteer work that you've heard him about doing?
Well, Boris, what does your dad do for a living? Boris?
Sorry, he's a lumberer.
Just a lumberer. And your mom?
She's dead.
She's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm trying to think of some like what's in town as far as like local charities and things like that. You know what? I was very surprised one day. I was going in to do physicals for the homeless, and I saw Boris volunteering at the soup kitchen.
Thank you.
he needed that.
Dude,
Finally, some
I was just so,
recognition.
like quiet and said, "Thank you."
the soup kitchen.
He was in the soup kitchen, and yeah, he like had his big, like the big goofy Boris smile. I remember, like, hey, and like, you know, pouring soup and, you know, laughing at the homeless people's jokes and making everybody feel just great. Yeah, so I was like, oh, Boris, my friend Boris. Is this where he gets drunk with the homeless men after this, or what's going on?
Excellent.
But no, I didn't think that. I thought, oh, he's turned over a new leaf. Oh, how wonderful. This is a great thing. Yeah.
All right. So that brings us to our youngest member, Annika. Now,
to quote the great, oh gosh, why is my, to quote, not Whitney Houston, not Celine Dion, high singer. Why can't I?
Mariah
It
Carey.
goes really high. Mariah, thank you.
Mariah.
To quote Mariah, I don't know her.
So let's go ahead and for Annika, we'll roll one question about Annika.
Okay. Unless, did you ever have tonsillitis or something?
Annika's too safe for that, you know.
Yeah, you know,
Like,
right?
all right. So did you just roll a 9? That was your old one.
I rolled a 3.
Okay. So this is something that, this is something that's been answered about you. It was interesting because Annika answered this about you. But in the same respect, what is one thing that Annika is known around town that she's done? And this is a wonderful thing. So what wonderful thing? Mm-hmm.
She has 4 years in a row won the what's the town's name that I came up with that my Aunt Eleanor lives in?
Hemlock Field.
Hemlock Farms.
Mm-hmm. Farms.
She
like you call
has
it
won
mm-hmm.
Hemlock Farms Elementary School Science Fair. She has won first place in the science fair every year since kindergarten.
Okay.
Yeah.
Science fair. That's very appropriate.
Yeah, like no. Nope. Yep. I've decided.
4 years in a row.
And they didn't allow kindergartners, but her lawyer parents contested.
Wow.
And then she got it, and she won.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lawyers contested for participation during kindergarten.
Because it wasn't actually supposed to be in like first graders, and I mean, obviously she's competed against her own class,
Fucking
but
entitled
this year,
kids.
yeah, but this year,
Ugh.
is what is she in 5th grade now? So this is like the grand, like the best in show. Well, she's been able to do best in show since 4th grade, so 4th and 5th grade, and of course she swept
See.
the competition.
And people were asking about what happened to her bunny and why she wants a dog. Science projects? I think so. So that brings us to the conclusion of our character development. So as you can see, we're definitely highly role play based. I think this is a good time to pause until next week, where we will start off our characters' interactions with each other to current date, which will be our first location, which will be a parade that is going to take place to celebrate our town's winning wrestling team, and also the wonderful birthday of the founder, Grandfather Hemlock. And that's going to be a parade that's taking, place downtown. And most of you guys will be participating in the parade. And some of you will be kind of observing. For example, there'll probably be a dojo float for our, fire flip karate academy. Bobby, you'll probably be on that float. Of course, we'll have our wonderful gargoyle of a character, Veda, taking notes on everyone and the interactions. Dillan will be looking to make a score once in a while out there, selling some parade goods and the celebration. Boris will definitely maybe not have a reason to be out there, but he knows that Dylan's going to be there and he wants to kind of cut in on that cash. So he's going to kind of help Dillan move some product. So Boris definitely will be out there because he has, nothing else to do on a Saturday. He volunteered last week at the soup kitchen, so he doesn't have to go this week. Definitely there is going to be a science fair float for the school. So you can guarantee
so the winner will be on it.
Right. So you can guarantee that we're going to have, some of the Hemlock Farms, famous, notable science fair winner, Annika, on there. And then, of course, taking, her child, Levi, out for the float and watching the parade herself, we'll have Danni out in the crowd, kind of,
So Levi and I are going to watch the parade.
Oh, you're not going to let him on the float?
Well, if I were to let him on the float, I would go on the float with him. I wouldn't let him be by himself on the float.
Well, you from that point, you can think about if you want to participate and be on the float. In Veda, that goes for you as well if you want to be on the science fair float. Okay. And Bobby, you can decide if you want to be a rebel and not be on the float.
Why wouldn't I want to be on the float?
I don't know. That's your prerogative.
You would totally want to be on the dojo float. Come on.
I feel like you would, but I like to give people free beans, And Dillan will not be selling drugs. He will be selling parade favors. Favors. So that might be maybe
definitely be selling parade favors.
Like
all sorts of weird stuff. I've got poppers, like things that just like pop out, and I definitely have like candy that I just like hand out to the kids, regular candy like sweet tarts and stuff. Because have you ever seen those floats they go by and like the kids like, oh, I didn't get anything, but the kid next to him got like a thing? Nah, dude, the kid who didn't get anything gets a thing from me. Of course.
Oh, nice. Community outreach.
Outreach, that's what I do.
So next week, I will have some documents I'm going to share with you guys. It's more about the mechanics of the game. A lot of it, I think we kind of discovered it's not going to be so much about mechanics, but more about our role-play characters. So I appreciate everybody's time from, sitting through, listening to characters. I think a lot of people had fun with this today. So next week, we'll definitely get to develop those characters closer relationship-wise and kind of see a little bit more about how they react during certain situations. And you actually get to see me play a lot of different NPCs.
Ooh.
Possibly a
Oh, that
clown.
sounds cool.
Sounds good.
It's, hey,
Possibly a
this was
clown.
awesome. Thank you for running it.
Yeah, good job, Chris.
I mean,
Oh,
at
thank
least for
you.
me, I had awesome time because it's been a minute I've been able to play a game. So
Yeah,
as
definitely.
a player, anyway.
Yeah.
And I think
Good
we
time.
all have, like, we're getting even. I think we all have like, we don't realize it, but like, it's like in our subconscious, but we all have a vendetta, and we're like, yeah, another ogre, another ogre, another ogre. Okay, sorry.
If you
Ogre.
feel the need to take it out on me, go ahead. But I
boy.
am enjoying myself in
Teasing.
this.
We had been teasing you today a little bit about your.
You could always
Yeah, no.
dare me to nut
I'm
punch him.
kidding.
That's all I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, but no, it's good. I think it was a little bit concerning. I think at first with everyone knowing everyone's character age and saying how is this going to work, but as you can see, the system definitely does build the relationships in a very interesting manner and creates a lot of memories for us to work on. So I think we'll have fun.
Yeah, I think so too. It's
I'm really
definitely you can see how like everybody kind of influenced everybody, and the story kind of evolved in kind of a dark situation. I think.
Mm-hmm. I thought the system for like the town creation was very good. Like that was.
Mm-hmm.
You can't repeat the game, right? So it's like it's very dynamic. Everybody's involved into whatever this world is that we've created, so it's very cool. It's not on I mean, you're guiding us as the game master, but you're not creating like in D&D. Like I create the world, and you guys
Right.
just do your things, and I create the player characters. But here, you're just guiding us along a path.
Right. Yeah. And
Well,
that's
different.
that's why we're kind of starting it with just a parade, because I think the parade is something that everyone would agree that would kind of be like a town event, because what town doesn't have a parade? And
Everybody will be there.
why would your characters not be there? So definitely we'll get some more concepts as we go through, but I needed to kind of get that base route in a parade. But yeah, your characters are going to be able to really go anywhere that they need to.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, be prepared. I got to get my Cholo accent down for Dillan and Boris.
Whoa!
Nice.
What now?
Yeah, this is gonna be fun. I'm excited. I just don't know how this is like. So what do you like now? How do you create?
Can we talk about
So with
triggers already? Because I mean, I have real deal interactions with cholos in real life.
Cholos. We can make them.
That's not a trigger for me. I can deal with cholos. I've did it plenty of times. I got screwdrivers in my pocket. That's in my backpack. I'm gonna write it down as I have screwdrivers.
Yeah. So what'll happen our next session is I'll remind everybody about the rumors, and do remember one or two of those rumors or parts of them can be true. And it's up to you guys to either investigate those or go off on a tangent on whatever you guys would like. We'll also probably review our town or world again, just to make sure that we're all aligned with what our world is and what our current scenario is.
I don't remember what the rumors were. Did we write those somewhere?
I definitely made 3 pages of notes here.
Yeah.
We've got some
And
rumors.
I'll probably write a document with the rumors out there so you guys can see them, because those are a huge component to our gameplay.
Is there a rumor about each of us?
Each provided a rumor.
Yeah, each of you provided a rumor. So Danni, you were talking about strange injuries, and that these were caused by the travelers that were disappearing in the woods.
That's right.
And
that's right.
a lot of times the bodies would come to you with like missing limbs, and there was always strange injuries. So those are the kinds of things that we're going to focus on for the gameplay.
Nice.
But yeah, if I think everyone's ready, I definitely will send out those items so that we can talk more about the mechanics next game.
Very
Sounds
cool.
good.
Excellent.
Could you also write up the relationship list?
I will give you guys, I got to build a diagram.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
Because I'll probably try to work in some NPCs also, because there'll probably be more predominant NPCs. than others. So those will probably have to be worked into that relationship diagram as well.